So what are you waiting for? Head to artlist.io now and start creating without limits.
Go to motionarray.com and enter a world with over 2 million creative assets to bring your vision to life. When you jump in, you'll find video templates, music, sound effects, footage, plugins, and more. Get ready to use titles and motion graphics and just drag and drop them into your video like this fireball. Dramatic animations, cinematic music to soundtrack your videos, cool transitions like this one, and on-point sound effects that make all the difference. Discover the biggest creative asset marketplace for creators and take your video content from good to the best with motionarray.com.
On September 15th, 2024, Junichi Kato, otherwise known as Unko-chan, published a very simple tweet in Japanese that translates to, "I had an affair." It is currently sitting at almost 30 million views and 145,000 likes. This is a scandal that took Japan by storm to the point where even some Western tabloids were also making articles about it. This right here is a ranking of streamer stats on all platforms, Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. You might have not known this, but Unko-chan is actually right here on rank 4. He is the 4th streamer globally with the most amount of hours watched. This doesn't just make him the most watched Japanese streamer, but it also makes him a big contender globally. He is massive. So what the hell happened? Why did he cheat? How was an adult actress involved in all this? And why the hell did he get rewarded for committing adultery? Well, as you can imagine, there's a lot to go over. So let's talk about this mess. Junichi Kaito is massive in Japan. He started his online presence in 2009 when he uploaded a Let's Play, and ever since then he has grown to be a powerhouse. His YouTube channel has over 1 million subscribers, and his Twitch channel has over 1 million followers. Also able to get over 10,000 concurrent viewers on a regular stream, which is extremely impressive on Twitch. The appeal of Unko-chan doesn't just lie in himself, it also lies in his community. His community has been the source of many Japanese online memes. This is somewhat similar to someone like Forsen. You don't really watch Forsen for him, you watch him for his chat and the memes that they create. Similar to something like Forsen CD in relation to Dr. Disrespect's cheating. That's usually the main appeal. The point of me saying all this is to make you understand that Junichi Kato is not just big in numbers, but he's also big in terms of his influence on Japanese online culture. But one thing you should know about him is that he is a big baseball fan. Here's a fun fact for you actually, according to Statista. The percentage of baseball fans in Japan is actually higher than the percentage of fans of baseball in the United States. Now, one famous Japanese player who actually plays in the MLB is Shohei Ohtani. He had made his MLB debut with the Los Angeles Angels, and in December of 2023 was actually signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Japanese love to support their own players abroad, especially when it comes to baseball, and they don't hide their enthusiasm. Unko-chan was one of those fans. He had flown out to Los Angeles just to support Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. And his fans, of course, were on board. He posted many pictures from the game showing Shohei Ohtani, showing himself sitting there watching the pitches. But he had posted this picture right here with the caption, "The cheerful Dodgers fan in the seat behind me took a photo of me and Ohtani together. Thank you, God." But here's the thing. Remember how I said that it was totally normal for Japanese people to fly out and support their own Japanese players playing in the MLB? Yeah, well, those same Japanese people noticed something very interesting. Unko-chan was in the front row just like he had posted, but he was sitting next to a woman who was not his wife, and they had clearly arrived there together. Now you might be wondering, why is that so significant? Well, the thing is, all of Unko-chan's fans know exactly how his wife looks like because she was a part of his biggest stream of all time, his marriage. Back in March 2022, Unko-chan had live streamed his entire wedding. This is already something fairly rare to find with Western streamers, but it's even crazier to do in Japan. Weddings are often seen as sacred, as very private, and there he was streaming it for the entire world on multiple platforms. But what's even crazier is that live stream that lasted a few hours had generated over $1.8 million in chat donations. Yes, you heard that right. 7 figures. He beat the record at the time for the most donations ever on YouTube. So it's only natural that people knew that he was married and how his wife looked like. People knew very well that the woman sitting next to him was not his wife, but that didn't mean that they didn't know who she was. It was none other than Ai Hongo, one of the most popular adult actresses in Japan. She ranked 3rd in all adult video sales back in 2021. Something absolutely massive for a country that has so many adult actresses. But that's not all. She also has a massive social media presence with almost 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, 100,000 followers on Twitch, 793,000 followers on Instagram, and 1.4 million followers on Twitter. This made people start to ask a lot of questions. Why is a married man hanging out with an adult actress half his age in a foreign country watching a baseball game? When Unko-chan came back to Japan and streamed for the first time since he had went to the Dodgers game, he had admitted on the 13th of September that yes, he had watched a game with Ai Hongo. But then he specifically made sure to deny the affair, saying that we didn't really have any relations, any sex. He was hoping to brush it off, and it was working until Ai Hongo on the 15th in the early morning Japanese time released this video on her YouTube channel titled About This Incident, currently sitting at 1.3 million views. So the video is in Japanese. It doesn't really have any closed captions, but I do have a translated transcript. I'm going to read it for you while I let the video play in the background. This is Hongo Ai. I apologize sincerely to anyone who was affected by these recent events. I don't know if anyone is going to believe what I have to say here, but I want to give my version of what happened ever since this happened. I was torn on whether I should speak out or quietly disappear. After talking to the people around me, I've decided that it would be better not to run away, as it would only worsen the situation. I will now discuss what happened. This may take some time, but to avoid any misunderstandings, I will read a statement that I wrote in advance. The first time I met Kato was at the end of 2022. I knew he was married and I was hesitant to meet him, but he invited me to go drinking with a group of people. Since there would be other people present, I decided to go meet him. After that, we met in groups multiple times, and he told me that he had already divorced his wife but had not gone public with that information yet. He said that he was single and invited me to go out with him alone. I didn't believe him at first, but after asking several more times, he insisted that he had already gotten a divorce. After several more meetings, we began dating. At first, I was concerned that dating him would lead to rumors of him committing adultery, but eventually we began dating anyway. He told me that he could not yet announce our relationship because he had not gone public with his divorce, but promised me that he would do so soon. He never ended up announcing it though. However, his house didn't have any of his wife's things, and whenever I contacted him, there was no sign that his wife was around. I believed that he had truly gotten divorced and believed that he would eventually find the time to announce our relationship. However, time after time, he would make an excuse for not announcing our relationship, such as a big event. It kept getting extended. Due to this, we broke up several times, but then we would meet and restart our relationship. I began to suffer mentally from our relationship and had nobody else to call on for support. I became dependent on him. Again, we repeatedly broke up and got back together. I wanted to date him again on the condition of him going public with his divorce and our relationship. He promised me again and did the same thing and didn't go public with it due to it not being the right time with his work. At that time, I felt that it would be impossible to date him and stopped seeing him. I dated another person I met through a friend at that time. I was still, however, dependent on Kato and depressed, so when he contacted me, I met him despite still being in a relationship with that new person. 2 weeks ago, when suffering from depression, I began to suffer greatly and even wanted to engage in self-harm at times. I knew it was wrong, but when I felt that way, I relied on Kato again. I consulted with other people and came to the conclusion that staying inside and suffering alone would only make things worse, and so I decided to try and go out. I accepted an invitation from Kato and saw him again. I apologize to the man I was dating. So for the most part, this is what she had to say. She wanted to apologize to her audience, but also more importantly, to the man that she was dating while she cheated with Unko-chan. It was a very weird relationship where she was very dependent on him and he knew that. It lasted for several years, and this was her admitting it for the first time to the public. On the same day that Ai Hongo came out with her statement, Unko-chan went live on his Twitch channel and peaked at 295,000 viewers, breaking every single Japanese record on Twitch to finally admit that yes, it had happened and that he was sorry. But here's the thing. Usually you would expect that if something like this came out in Japan, someone's life would be over, their career ruined. But to everyone's surprise, including Unko-chan, the complete opposite had happened. Watch. This is a clip from that stream. Look at all the gifted subs he was getting. Look at this. The more he would talk, the more people would support him. He was shocked. He was sitting here saying, wait, I think you guys don't really understand what's going on. Let me explain again. I'm a bad person. I'm trash. I am a trash person. But still, people would keep donating and throwing money at him. He also admitted that he had done this to multiple women, not just Ai Hongo, which made things way worse. When asked, why did you cheat? He answered, because I wanted to. And when asked, why did you get married? He answered, because I wanted to. At one point, he looked relieved and said, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. In response to the question, would you have continued if you hadn't been found out? He admitted, I probably would have continued. On the other hand, in response to the question, shouldn't you have admitted it from the beginning? He responded in what could be interpreted as a defensive response, saying, it would have been troublesome if I admitted it from the beginning. Of course, I would have lied. When asked why he ended up in an affair, he took responsibility for it, saying, it's my fault. I was the one who made the move, and posted a message on his streaming screen saying, I deceived the woman and had an affair. Regarding his future, he said, I'm going to keep doing what I love. He had made thousands of dollars that stream and continued to make even more. The stream happened at around a month ago, and since then he has more than doubled his entire sub count. He's sitting at 23,603 subs. He's a partnered streamer and most likely has 70% revenue share. That means he's making around $82,610 just for this last month. This was such a crazy story that it prompted Western journalists to pick it up and talk about it. How the hell did this guy just commit adultery in one of the worst ways possible, lying and manipulating multiple women, and ended up only getting rewarded for it, even himself being shocked? It wasn't making any sense, but it was happening right before our
Your videos are not good because you are missing this one simple step. It is no coincidence that so many creators are using Artlist for their creative projects. I would know, I'm one of them. Hey, my name's Josh. I'm a videographer and creative who's been fortunate enough to work on projects shared by the likes of Gymshark, Garnier, and Google. 10 months ago, I started sharing my experiences online and gained over 150,000 followers. How? Well, I was obsessed with making every video exactly as I wanted it, and the only way I could do that was with Artlist Max. Sometimes I don't have the time to spend hours searching for the right music, stock footage, or sound effect to help elevate my videos. But with Artlist Max, all I have to do is type in a single prompt and all of my worries are gone. So what are you waiting for? Head to artlist.io now and start creating without limits.
Go to motionarray.com and enter a world with over 2 million creative assets to bring your vision to life. When you jump in, you'll find video templates, music, sound effects, footage, plugins, and more. Get ready to use titles and motion graphics, and just drag and drop them into your video like this fireball. Dramatic animations, cinematic music to soundtrack your videos, cool transitions like this one, and on-point sound effects that make all the difference. your video content from good to the best with motionarray.com.
Japan is facing a crisis it has never seen before. No, it has nothing to do with conflicts or natural disasters. The real problem is a population collapse. According to the country's Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, this is the greatest crisis Japan faces. Because of unparalleled low birth rates, Japanese society is doomed to fail. As Elon Musk puts it, Japan will disappear if something doesn't change. Both the government and the economy will simply stop functioning if current trends hold. Last year, the Japanese population naturally decreased with nearly 850,000 people. 2023 saw just 728,000 new Japanese babies, an all-time low for a population of 125 million people. The total population has been shrinking for 13 years straight. Right now, there are more than 2 deaths for every 1 newborn. This has to do with the birth rate of only 1.3 births per woman, which leads to a snowball effect as every new generation simply becomes smaller and smaller. In this video, we'll look at what's causing this problem in the first place and what the effect of it may be. Even when you don't live in Japan, it's worthwhile to understand what's happening. Other countries are following in Japan's footsteps. While the fertility rates are slightly better in most of America and Europe, they are still on a downward trajectory. And by the way, the collapse of a nation like Japan is not insignificant for the rest of the world. Right now, it's a military and economic powerhouse, but that could change due to its terrible demographics.
Shibuya Town in Tokyo is the young fashion center in the capital. It has the latest trends in Tokyo, and it is visited by many young people. Many places in this town are famous among foreigners.
But before we dive into this topic, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Because of the way the algorithm works, this video won't get far without your help. If you enjoy these kind of videos, your support would mean a lot for the channel. Alright, without further ado, let's get into the basics. Before we dive into the root cause and the possible consequences of this crisis, we should first get the facts straight. There are actually 2 major demographic problems. On one hand, people are having fewer children, and on the other hand, people are getting older. This is creating a rather worrisome development, where the overall population declines but the elderly population only grows. Recently, the number of seniors aged 75 or older in Japan has crossed the 20 million mark for the first time. This senior group actually grew, with 713,000 people in a single year, while the overall population dropped with 837,000 people over the same period. The result is a rapid shift in demographics, as working-age individuals make up a smaller proportion and retirees share a larger portion of the population. This chart, showing the percentages of people aged 65 and older, reveals how bad it's gotten over the last decades. And in 2050, the elderly population is expected to make up 35.7% of the total population. The fact that there are less workers to support the more elderly people puts a heavy strain on society. We can measure this with the age of dependency ratio. In 2020, there were only 2.1 working age individuals per retiree on average. To put that in perspective, there were 7.4 workers per retiree back in 1980, 3.5 times more than now. And this trend shows no signs of stopping. By 2050, there will probably be only 1 working age individual for every retiree in Japan. This spells trouble for Japan's pensions and healthcare system, which we'll go over later. It will also lead to huge labor shortages, as retirees can't be replaced with new people. By 2040, the total labor shortage will be about 11 million workers. And by that point, the population decline starts to get really bad. Japan will continue to lose hundreds of thousands of people per year. Japan's National Institute of Population and Social Security Research has a lot of data on this. If current birth rates remain unchanged, Japan's population is expected to drop below 100 million by 2056. That's a decline of nearly 25 million people. And if the birth rates worsen, the population will fall to 100 million as early as 2050. Without taking into account immigration, the natural population growth rate will be around negative 9.5% by then. This will continue for the 50 years after 2050. At the start of the 22nd century, Japan will only be a shadow of what it used to be. The projected population decrease is 50%, down to 63 million. 40% of these people will be 65 or older. These projections are far from certain, but they show how bad it can really get. There's one mitigating factor, though, and that's immigration. So let's look at who's coming to Japan. Here's a chart showing all of the foreign residents in Japan over the years. As you can see, there's already a significant group of Koreans living in Japan. However, this is slightly misleading, as most of them are ethnically Japanese. They settled in Korea during the Japanese colonial period and returned shortly after. Real immigration began to take place during and after the 80s. The biggest group of immigrants were Chinese, who mostly come to work or study in the country. Study programs for international students were more readily available by this time, and many Chinese businesses began to settle in Japan during China's economic boom in the 90s. But there were also more and more Filipinos, Brazilians, and Vietnamese coming to the country. By 2023, there were 3.2 million foreign residents in Japan, which is about 2.6% of the total population. This is below the world average of 3.5%, but it's a big increase from the incredibly low numbers just 50 years ago. This immigrant group will probably continue to grow into the future, as it will be a way to cope with the birth rate problems. Now that we understand some of the basic demographic developments, we can move on to the obvious question. Why have birth rates gotten so low in the first place? Let's start off by looking at the dramatic birth rate decline in the 1950s. Directly after the Second World War, birth rates were incredibly high, with 3.4 births per woman on average in 1950. Within just 10 years, though, it dropped to the replacement level of 2.1, where every generation remains roughly the same size. Believe it or not, the Japanese and American governments played an active role in this decline. It was feared that with Japan's limited natural resources and its war-torn economy, fast population growth could cause food shortages. The country doesn't have a lot of arable land, and a lot of damage was done during the war. On top of that, there was a shortage of housing and not enough jobs. And the American occupiers at the time didn't want to see a fast-growing population in Japan. They believed that it would cause social unrest and lead to growing sympathy for communist and militarist parties. Because of these risks, people in government were concerned about the fact that the population had increased by 11 million people from 1945 to 1950, with growth rates of above 3% annually. That's why the US-led Supreme Command of the Allied Powers, the temporary governing power in Japan, started to promote birth control through policies and programs. Japan's National Institute of Public Health also played a key role in spreading the word about birth control. The country was also one of the first to legalize induced abortion, with a record of 1.17 million abortions in 1955. The effects were immediate, as the birth rate dropped to the replacement level for about a decade. Even though we know that Japan would enter a demographic collapse later, this policy wasn't foolish at first. Due to a rapid increase in age expectancy, Japan's population skyrocketed in the decades after World War II. Having an even larger population boom might have had some destabilizing consequences. But from 1973 onwards, the real problems began. The decline in birth rates suddenly returned at an alarming pace, sinking far below the replacement level. This time, it didn't have to do with direct government policy. One of the biggest contributors to this decrease in birth rates is industrialization. In the 1950s and 1960s, Japan quickly industrialized, similar to Germany. The agrarian society quickly diminished as most people moved to the cities. Over the span of 35 years, the Tokyo metropolitan area went from 10 million to 30 million inhabitants. On farms, it used to be a huge advantage to have large families, but in the new urbanized and industrialized society, this really wasn't the case anymore. Initially, all seemed to be going well. The Japanese economy thrived as it became the second biggest in the world with an incredible trade surplus. It was kind of a predecessor to China as we know today. But the downsides of urbanization soon showed. It's way harder to have kids in a densely populated area. Because of a higher cost of living, a fast-paced and demanding lifestyle, and a lack of community, big cities have incredibly low birth rates. We can clearly see this in the statistics. The vast majority of the prefectures actually had healthier demographics than the nationwide average. But the population centers are the problem. Tokyo, with a population density of about 16,000 people per square mile, that's 6,100 people per square kilometer, only has a birth rate of 1.08. There are many other metropolitan areas with population densities in the thousands per square mile, like Osaka and Kanagawa. Unsurprisingly, their birth rates are also below the national average. This is a big problem in Japan in particular, because 92% of people live in the cities. Meanwhile, the country also has regions with population densities in the range of 250 to 500 people per square mile. It's about 100 to 200 people per square kilometer. This includes Kagoshima, Miyazaki, and Shimane. They top the list in terms of birth rates with about 1.6 births per woman. These rates are still below replacement level, but it's about the same as other Western nations have. But still, urbanization doesn't explain everything. Other nations have also urbanized, but the effects on birth rates have been less dramatic. The US, the UK, and France all have more than 80% of their populations living in cities, but their birth rates are slightly healthier. One of the explanations for this can be Japan's notorious culture of overworking. Now, don't get me wrong, Japan's work ethic is what got it out of its post-World War II crisis, and it created a lot of prosperity. But as with anything, too much is never good. Officially, the Japanese can only have 40-hour work weeks according to the country's labor law, similar to many other countries. But in reality, many companies expect their employees to work overtime. 25% of companies want their employees to work at least 80 hours of overtime a month, often unpaid. Many workers don't object to this, as it's seen as a sign of dedication and devotion to their job. And if you want to move up the corporate ladder, working overtime is pretty much the only way. This ambitious but also toxic culture has led to the tragic phenomena of karoshi, meaning death by overworking. Last year, there have been nearly 3,000 suicides related to overworking. Of course, this is not representative of every company and employee in Japan, but the high standards at work are definitely a reason why people don't have the time or energy for starting a family. When women began to gradually enter the Japanese workforce starting in the 1980s, this lack of time became even more of an issue. But you might ask why people don't just scale back on their job ambitions and create time for a family. 80 years ago, many Japanese were actually able to do this. Over time, though, living and starting a family has become too expensive. So working less is just not an option. According to one study, raising a child from birth to college graduation costs between 29 to 63 million yen in Tokyo. With real wages of around 4.5 million yen per year, having just one kid is hard to finance, let alone having 2 children. Over the last 30 years, this financial side of the problem has gotten pretty bad due to the economic slowdown in Japan. The past 3 decades have been called Japan's lost decades for a reason. There has been virtually no economic growth, as GDP per capita stalled. This is important for birth rates because it has caused the phenomenon of the lost generation. Gen X, people aged 44 to 59 in 2024, have had terrible chances in life, as the economic stagnation caused an employment ice age. Many businesses were reluctant to hire new people in order to cut costs, and in the early 2000s, 10% of people aged 18 to 24 were jobless. This doesn't give us the complete picture, though. Many young people got unstable and temporary jobs, and were technically employed but didn't earn enough to start a family. Right now, 40% of all workers in Japan are irregular workers, meaning that they don't have secure employment and earn far less than others. A couple of 2 irregular workers earns just as much as a couple living on welfare. This development of irregular workers started with the lost generation of Gen X, but the newer generations have the same issue as the economy is still not doing great. This has created some social developments that are honestly very sad. There are groups of men called herbivores and freeders who have totally given up on both their careers and starting a family. In Japan, stable employment is more intertwined with starting a family than in other countries. Men can forget about having children if they don't earn a good and stable income, which is a social norm but also an economic reality. At the same time, many Japanese women don't want to start a family. Researchers say that they prefer a career and the freedoms that it offers. The average woman in Japan now only has their first child when they're 31. Combine these 2 ingredients and you have a plummeting marriage rate. Last year, marriages dropped by 6%, falling below 500,000 for the first time since 1945. In 2020, nearly 30% of men aged 50 years old have never gotten married, and this was nearly 20% for women aged 50 years old. If the trend continues, this will only get worse. One poll asked Japanese Gen Zers aged 18 to 27 if they ever intend to get married. About 60% said no. 70 years ago, the average person in that age group had already been married. Now that we understand the most important root cause of this issue, we can look at the effects. We don't have to look far into the future for this. Actually, the last 3 decades have shown exactly what will happen. The lost decades we talked about earlier weren't only a cause for the birth rate problems. They were actually a result of the population crisis. In terms of GDP, Japan did stagnate compared to the other major economies, only joined by Italy. But in terms of GDP per person in the working age, Japan is on par with its peers. Italy isn't, by the way, as it has a whole other economic and demographic crisis going on. We've actually made a video about that situation too. It's linked down below if you want to watch it. Anyway, the point is that Japan's stagnation isn't caused by its workers lagging behind in productivity or spending. The real issue is that the number of workers is rapidly declining. There are just not enough people to earn an income and consume goods and services. This is where things are getting concerning. You see, the number of workers will continue to decline for decades to come. In this way, the lost decades could turn into the lost century. Then Japan would become economically insignificant, eventually losing its status as a major economy. Over time, this could result in a worsening quality of life. Japan is still ranked as one of the most prosperous countries in the world, but it's the question of whether that will stay this way. One of the most concerning areas is the government, which is responsible for pensions and healthcare in Japan. We already discussed how there will only be one worker to support one retiree in 2050. This won't be a problem immediately, as Japan has a pension fund worth 1.5 trillion US dollars. Most of it is invested in equities at home and abroad. At first, that might seem like enough to cover the Social Security problem. In 2023, the fund posted a record return of 232 billion US dollars, a similar amount as Japan's total spending on Social Security. But this huge investment portfolio is just one side of the coin. Japan's government debt stands at 264% of GDP, the highest value in the world. In nominal terms, this debt is worth $9.2 trillion. While it has been gathering a ton of savings, the country has been racking up even more liabilities. With $1.5 trillion invested and $9.2 trillion in debt, you might even say that the government is broke. Surprisingly, though, it's not a problem at all in the short term. Most of the debt is owned by Japanese citizens and domestic institutions, which creates a lot of stability as they will never sell. And most importantly, the Japanese government can get debt at low interest rates. In an economy where GDP is stagnant and inflation has been incredibly low for the last 3 decades, the central bank keeps its benchmark interest rate very low in order to fuel up the economy. This interest rate works its way through the economy. At lower interest rates, there will be more people lending money, which causes more spending. This higher spending helps the Bank of Japan achieve its 2% annual inflation target. At times, the interest rates set by the Bank of Japan were even negative, to make lending something that actually pays over time. So the Japanese government can get money basically for free. It has used this to fuel its government deficit, with more money being spent on things like pensions and healthcare than coming through taxes. But can the Japanese government just continue to get more debts at interest rates near zero forever? Common sense would tell you that this doesn't work in the long term. Something's bound to go wrong, because you can't just keep printing money without any real consequences. Money printing is designed to fend off short-term economic crisis, not long-term economic collapses. If you try printing money for the latter, you can get things like inflation, asset bubbles, or currency devaluations. And a sudden interest rate shock could cause a financial crisis if the national debt is unsustainable. Because there's a limit on how much national debt Japan can use, it has only 2 options left: reducing spending on pensions and healthcare, or increasing tax revenues. Higher taxes will lead to a worse quality of life for the working age adults, and lower spending will lead to a worse quality of life for retirees. Not really a nice decision to have to make. So the demographic collapse has a lot of terrible consequences internally. But in the grand scope of things, the decline also has its effects on Japan's geopolitical position. A country that's demographically dysfunctional is bound to have a very weak position. With less people, you're going to produce fewer goods and services relative to other nations. This includes defense-related production, which results in a weaker military. But you're also going to lose economic strength, so you can't really buy everything from abroad. Because Japan's inherent weakness is a lack of natural resources, this is a major problem. It has virtually no oil, no natural gas, and no iron. This brings us to the question of if someone is going to exploit this weakness. Japan has a few enemies in the region, most prominently China, North Korea, and maybe Russia on a bad day. It also has some allies, including South Korea and Taiwan, although the alliance with South Korea is mostly out of necessity than true friendship. The problem is, though, that South Korea and Taiwan have even worse demographic problems than Japan. We're talking about fertility rates of just 0.8 and 0.9, with every new generation being more than halved. In 50 years, these nations could also lack the people and the resources to defend themselves. So Japan only has one country to look for help: the United States. Washington has been increasing its presence in the Asia-Pacific to prevent China from getting too powerful. This could actually work. After all, China is also losing momentum with economic problems at home and a fertility rate falling from 1.8 in 2017 to just 1.2 in 2021. But if China and North Korea decide to up their aggression, Japan will be caught between a rock and a hard place. Too weak to defend itself, the nation has to rely on the United States. But associating itself with Washington only increases the risks that shots will be fired. Now that we understand the seriousness of the situation, we can move on to the potential solutions. Although there's really nothing the Japanese government can do to get rid of the problem completely, it can try to prevent the worst scenario. One of the ways it can do this is stimulating immigration. As we've already mentioned, 2.6% of the country's population is non-Japanese, totaling 3.2 million people in 2023. Japanese lawmakers want to increase this number, as do many Japanese. Public opinion in Japan is generally supportive of immigration. Various polls show that Japan is among the most pro-immigrant countries worldwide, with one poll showing 69% of people supporting more immigration. This is despite some myths about Japan being a closed-off society. Joe Biden's remark about Japan being a xenophobic nation is just not true anymore. Japan used to be more socially conservative than many Western nations, but this has changed a lot over the last few years. Right now, it is changing course and trying to attract as many people as possible. The Japanese government is making it easier and easier to immigrate to the country. In 2017, it loosened the regulations for skilled workers to become permanent residents. Afterwards, in 2018, the government passed a law to bring 345,000 blue-collar workers in sectors like construction, food services, and nursing. They would get visas and a path to permanent residency after 5 years. The current Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, went further with this in 2023, broadening the scope of the existing visa programs. Right now, foreign workers working in various sectors can stay in Japan without limits, together with their families. This includes the broad services sector, which is a label you can put on a lot of jobs. Later that year, the Prime Minister allowed for foreign workers to apply for permanent residency after just 1 year if they met certain criteria. This will help attract researchers, high-skilled workers, and entrepreneurs. Besides that, Japanese universities are also playing their part, as they offer programs to bring graduates from top universities around the world. This approach could actually work. In countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines, there are more than enough people who would like to live in Japan. And in other parts of the world, there are also many people who fancy Japanese culture and would consider moving there. Still, there are two obstacles. The Japanese population likes a balanced approach, meaning that they don't want millions of people coming in at once. This has to do with social integration and preserving Japanese culture. But because of the reality of the crisis, they might not have a choice. If Japan wants to replace the millions of people it's losing in its workforce, the solution has to be equally drastic. The other problem is that immigration is far from a permanent fix. It improves the demographics in the short term, for sure, but it doesn't solve the birth rates and the underlying problems making them so low. Fundamentally, the Japanese government and society have to find ways to increase birth rates. This can be done through so-called pro-natalist policies. Because the financial side of things is one of the biggest reasons for low birth rates, this is a key area where pro-natalist policies focus on. Through tax incentives, more access to childcare services, and financial support, having kids becomes easier money-wise. The Japanese government has put a lot of money into these initiatives in the 2024 budget, and plans to keep investing for the next 3 years. Once again, though, this is far from an easy fix. These initiatives cost a lot of money, and the Japanese government is already heavily in debt. Also, financial benefits will likely not be enough to convince everyone. It might help for the Japanese who are hesitating to have children, but not for the people who have given up already. This includes sizable groups like the Lost Generation and the Freeders. The last thing Japan can hope for is a dramatic increase in productivity. If technology advances at the same pace as the decline in workforce, the GDP remains the same. This is because the same worker can all of a sudden produce more goods and services. With things like robotics and artificial intelligence, this is very possible. It can help in a lot of areas like in the healthcare sector, where Japan is facing huge labor shortages. The only thing it doesn't automatically solve is Japan's international ranking. Japan's export industry could fall off, and it could struggle to defend its interests globally and regionally. This is a warning sign for other nations with similar population trends. It shows us that a population shrinking too much, too fast, can cause some serious problems. While most nations have some time left to change course and solve some of the root causes, Japan might have already failed. Perhaps new advances in tech, pro-natalist policies, and immigration would provide some relief, but one thing is for certain. For Japan, an unparalleled future lies ahead.
Now, before we get into that, I quickly wanted to answer a question I recently got asked. A lot of you guys want to start a YouTube channel, but you're camera shy or just not comfortable putting your face out there. In fact, I'm one of those people, and that's why this channel has no face on it. Luckily, you can still grow on YouTube even without showing your face or giving up your privacy. This channel's the living proof of that. In fact, here are just a few examples of channels that started in the last 12 months and grew an audience without showing their face. They've gotten millions of views and made thousands of dollars from them. We recently crossed 1 million subscribers, and along the way, we've learned a few tips and tricks about YouTube that can be very helpful to any of you who want to start your channel. We've included all this in my completely free 7-day YouTube Crash Bootcamp. So if you're someone who's interested in starting a YouTube channel, this is the perfect starting point for you. What better way to convince you than to read a comment left by a previous student? This free bootcamp's better than a paid course he took. So if you're interested in signing up, you can sign up now for free by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on screen.
A maritime transportation specialist responding to the demand for diverse transportation needs worldwide. We are MOL. From the blue oceans, we sustain people's lives and ensure a prosperous future. MOL aims to provide the world's highest level of safe operation with one of the world's largest fleets and the experience and technology cultivated over approximately 140 years of history. To the future with our ocean planet. MOL.
Ah, 1980s Japan. Tokyo was growing into a sprawling metropolis, reaching upwards into the sky and outwards as far as the eye could see. If you stepped into Tokyo's fashionable Ginza, or Roppongi district at the time, you'd see the place alive with vibrancy and a touch of mayhem. Its nightscape was a carnival of excess and ambition. Bars, pubs, and nightclubs overflowed with the exuberant, the extravagant, and the ecstatic. Neon lights flickered like the heartbeat of Japan's booming economy. The partygoers, caught in the heady rush of Japan's post-war economic miracle, threw money like confetti. For them, money flowed like sake, abundantly and unceasingly. And why not? Their country had finally made it. In the 2 decades from 1955, Japan's economy exploded by a staggering 435%.
So much so that it's been termed the Japanese miracle period. Suddenly, and seemingly out of nowhere, the island nation was the most innovative and productive country in the world, and the second largest economy, just behind the US. By the 1980s, made in Japan no longer meant cheap novelties. Now it was a stamp of high quality and innovative products. Brands like Toyota, Sony, Nissan, and Mitsubishi became household names. At the peak of Japan's economic boom, 8 of the world's largest banks were all Japanese, and they held a combined total of over 2.3 trillion US dollars. Nomura Securities had the financial resources to purchase all of the major banks on Wall Street. By the end of the 1980s, Japan's economic prowess had reached dizzying heights. With soaring stock markets and skyrocketing real estate values, Japan's land, at just a fraction of the size of the United States, was valued at 4 times more. The Imperial Palace in Tokyo alone was deemed more valuable than the entire state of California. And it wasn't just the partygoers in Tokyo. Everyone around the world felt the Japanese Revolution. It seemed like the sun would never set on the land of the rising sun. Yet, almost as quickly as the party started, it all came to a screeching halt.
On the first day of 1990, doubts about the market spread, and share prices started to fall. Over the next 2.5 years, they dropped 63%.
When the 1990s rolled in, the economic bubble finally burst. The aftermath was devastating. Millions of people lost their savings and their jobs. Companies and banks went bankrupt. It was so bad that till this day, Japan's economy has never truly recovered. It's been infamously stagnant ever since, and it's given birth to a period called the Lost Decades. Birth rates slowed, young people in Japan aren't getting married, and because of this, their population is aging. So what exactly went wrong? In this episode, we'll dive into the exciting rollercoaster ride and collapse of the biggest economic bubble in modern history. We'll also take a look at its profound effects on an entire generation.
You are watching Telefusion TV.
Back in 1960, Time magazine came out with a feature story. The cover showcased a Japanese phoenix ascending from the ashes. In the backdrop of the phoenix, you'd notice shiny new factories, massive vessels, and skyscrapers. It's quite the symbolic picture of Japan's rise. So, how do you go from a war-ravaged country to an economic powerhouse in just a couple of decades? Well, that's a huge topic in of itself. So I'm just going to touch on a few major points here so you get an overall idea. After the Second World War, the US was the most dominant economic force, and they needed a success story in Asia to prove that capitalism could work outside the West. So with that in mind, they planned to turn Japan into a giant of exports and industry. In 1949, they set the Japanese currency, the yen, super low against the US dollar. This would make Japanese goods cheap for the Americans. Japan's economy was so small back then that the US could absorb all the imports, or so the US thought at the time. They were unaware that making Japanese goods irresistibly cheap would backfire. But we'll come back to that later. Trust me, it's a real doozy. Anyway, after the end of the American occupation in 1952, Japan experienced a period of exponential growth, averaging 10% for 2 decades up until the early 1970s. Their cost-effective and motivated workforce, along with heavy industrialization policies and the rise of the keiretsu system, were key drivers. Think of keiretsu as a club where independent companies band together to share resources and protect themselves from outside competition. It creates a strong cooperative relationship. It's a bit like a cartel, but nicer. If one company struggles, others can help them out. If another company needs expertise, others will come and lend a hand. This system became the cornerstone of Japan's post-war economy. Japan's central bank, the Bank of Japan, also played a huge role in all of this. They had a policy called window guidance. It wasn't as complicated as it sounds, but basically, they quietly nudged commercial banks to lend money into key sectors like shipbuilding, electric power, coal, and steel production. All of these sectors were vital for Japan's economic development. By doing this, they aimed to get more investment flowing, ramp up production, and get the economy buzzing. Ironic looking back on it, because nowadays we just print money. Alright, and finally, to tie this all up, Japan went all in on exporting. They turned the global market into their playground. The 1964 Tokyo Olympics provided the perfect platform to introduce this new, dynamic, resurgent Japan and show it off to the world. The 1980s were undoubtedly the pinnacle of the Japanese economic boom. By then, they'd already established themselves as an economic powerhouse. Their influence was felt in every corner of the global economy. Their trade surplus was at unparalleled heights multiple times since the 1970s. After a brief deficit in 1980 due to the rise in oil prices, the country's surplus surged to a record-breaking $82.7 billion by 1986. Now, remember when I said the US would later regret their decision to help Japan? Well, that's starting to happen now.
Japan's manufacturers were so successful that they were pouring cars and televisions, bikes and cameras into the United States. With their jobs going, Americans wanted to strike back.
America is up in arms, Mr. Speaker, and it would be a mistake to underestimate our frustrations. Unless this warning is heeded, retaliation and possibly full-blown trade warfare lie just around the corner.
The United States now had to do something to stop Japan from taking over the world. Before Japan's record-breaking trade surplus in 1986, a plan was already in place to slow them down. In 1985, officials from the G5 nations, that is, France, Germany, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Japan, met at New York's Plaza Hotel. Japan finally gave in and agreed to ramp up the yen's value. Basically, they were effectively placing a self-imposed handicap on its own exporters. The core idea was simple: drive up the yen and lower the dollar. This would make Japanese exports to the US more expensive. Now hold on a second. Why would Japan do something like this in the first place? This seems like self-sabotage, like a sumo wrestler trying to tackle themselves out of the ring. Well, there were multiple factors. Number one, external pressure. The US and other nations were pressuring Japan to appreciate its currency and shrink its trade surplus. They saw it as unfair and damaging to the global economy. Japan agreed to the deal, in part, to keep its ally relationship with the United States intact. Number two, internal pressure. Within Japan, domestic industries and consumers were pushing for a stronger yen to benefit from reduced import prices. That is, strengthen their currency and make their imported goods cheaper. Number three, economic strategy. There was a belief that a robust yen would spur structural reforms and innovation in Japan, enhancing its economic competitiveness and long-term resilience. By 1987, the Accord had achieved its initial goal, and the United States was satisfied with the result. But there was a problem. The value of Japan's currency, the yen, surged way more rapidly than predicted. Having so many exporting industries, this was a huge shock to Japan.
The Plaza Accord was a kind of agreement which accomplished much more than everybody expected for the meeting. When we went to Plaza meeting, we are quite prepared to see substantial increase in yen's value.
But the yen rose far faster than anyone expected, and Japanese officials grew alarmed.
And that was the beginning of the end. But in many ways, however, this is also the point where the real frenzy began. Worried about a downturn, the panicked Japanese authorities made a fatal mistake. They loosened up on credit limits and cut interest rates down from 5%. They kept chopping the rates down until they were the lowest in the entire world at the time at 2.5%, and they kept it steady there. The plan was to boost manufacturing and increase consumer spending, but the money, as always, ended up somewhere else. When money gets cheap, people go crazy with debt.
当時は20代とか30代でそんなに年収300万ぐらいでも銀行がお金を貸してくれる、どんどん貸してくれるっていうそういう時だったから、すごい若いのにマンション2個も3個も持ってる人とかいっぱいいた。
So borrowing money in Japan was now incredibly cheap.
Now the system gave tremendous power to banks, needless to say, because they were the ones injecting the capital into the system. It also gave tremendous power to the state. So the state controlled the flow of funds to banks and influenced the way banks allocated those funds.
Investors took money from banks and poured it into the real estate market, causing land prices to skyrocket. Tokyo was already densely populated and faced a scarcity of land, which only drove prices higher. The land rush wasn't limited to big investors. Even farmers and small landowners found themselves sitting on a fortune. With 60% of Japanese owning their own homes, people felt wealthier than ever. The upward trend in land prices quickly spilt over into the stock market, creating a feedback loop of inflated asset values. Between 1985 and 1989, stocks and land prices soared by an astonishing 240% and 245% respectively. Japanese companies took advantage of accounting practices that allowed them to inflate their profits by reflecting the increasing value of their land holdings. This artificial boost in real estate wealth propped up share prices, further encouraging speculation. Companies weren't content with just owning land. Many of them started jumping into speculation themselves. Money was now growing on trees. It was getting out of control.
The frenzy reached such proportions that many leading manufacturers, such as the car maker Nissan, made more money through speculative investments than through manufacturing cars.
Among all of these, a strange trend began to develop, a golf club boom. Among the Japanese top executives, trading a golf club membership worth $3.5 million was just another day at the office. It sounds insane, but these memberships were coveted assets. The whole market totaled an astonishing $200 billion. To put that into perspective, that sum of trading golf club memberships exceeded Taiwan's entire GDP and came close to matching South Korea's GDP at the time. I literally laughed when I read that fact. It was just bonkers. Truly an era where wealth knew no bounds, and the small island of Japan was now the pinnacle of opulence. Japanese businessmen trotted around the globe with a shopping list. Mitsubishi Group grabbed New York's Rockefeller Center, and Sony snapped up Columbia Pictures. In 1986, Japan bought a whopping 75% of the US government bonds for sale. Usually, a country can't just make more money and use it to buy things from other countries. But Japan could, because the currency dealers didn't lower the value of Japan's currency. If the dealers didn't show concern about too much money being made, then the country can go on printing as much as it can to buy foreign currency. Japan did what the US did back in the 1950s and 60s. Back then, US banks printed a lot of money, and American companies used that fresh cash to buy companies in Europe. Now the US could do this because their dollar was tied to gold at the time, and that gave it stability. For Japan, it was their trade surplus. Japan's economic bubble grew as banks carelessly made new money without proper oversight. The Bank of Japan encouraged this by urging banks to increase their lending, regardless of the loan's productivity. From 1986 to 1989, Toshishiko Fukuai led the Bank of Japan's department that told banks how much money to lend. This was the department that was responsible for the window guidance quotas. The same window guidance system that initially helped prop up the economy before was now being used to create cheap money. When asked by a reporter if he planned to stop the banks from lending so much, he said that the banks were just following orders from the Bank of Japan. We have to remember that during this time, there was widespread economic excitement. People had high hopes. The citizens of Japan simply thought that their nation was entering a new phase of prosperity, a phase of prosperity that would last forever. Optimism was the real killer. In many ways, the authorities didn't want to stop the party. Everyone was making money. Everything's great, so why worry? In reality, they couldn't see the risks of such aggressive lending and asset price inflation. These very factors would soon come to destroy the economy of Japan. By the time 1989 rolled around, the cost of land in the private sector had soared to 2,000 trillion yen, up from 14.2 trillion yen back in 1969. And that's when the higher-ups started to take notice. In 1989, they finally put a cap on the loans related to real estate. Interest rates went up from 2.6% to 4.25% at the end of 1989, and then settled at 6% in 1990. But the damage was already done. Land and asset prices collapsed, and panic ensued.
Well, it's a bleak Christmas ahead for Japan. The stock market on Monday sinking to its lowest close in over 2 years. Last week's collapse of one of Japan's biggest food traders was the 9th time this year that a listed company went under.
In 1990 alone, the stock market dropped by 32%. More than $2 trillion in value was wiped out by December 1990. Then, in July 1991, the window guidance was abandoned. Now the bankers were left almost hopeless. Some major keiretsu banks started collapsing too. Now there was a risk of dragging whole entire sectors along with them on their downfall. Slowly but gradually, everyone started feeling the heat. There was a lot of collateral damage. So I'm just going to give you a snapshot of what happened between 1990 and 2003. A total of 212,000 businesses declared bankruptcy. Over 5 million Japanese became unemployed and sadly didn't find any other jobs. Suicide emerged as the primary cause of death among men aged 20 to 44. During this time frame, the stock market experienced an 80% decline and it still hasn't recovered. Japanese citizens had no choice but to get used to the new normal. The people who built those flashy skyscrapers ended up on the streets. Big companies that splurged on fancy art had to sell it all off. Builders who built lavish golf courses and constructed hotels on borrowed money were convicted of fraud. Even the Rockefeller Center had to be given back to the Americans. In 1989, 32 of the world's top 50 companies by market cap were Japanese. Today, only one Japanese company, Toyota, remains in the top 50.
In the land of the rising sun, a shadow fell. A tale of prosperity turned to a somber spell. The bubble burst, dreams shattered like glass. In the wake of Japan's economic impasse. Just like it has. Skyscrapers stood tall, but the streets were cold. Families struggling, stories left untold. A nation once booming, now in despair, caught in the grip of an economic snare.
Japanese companies used to be like tight-knit families. They would give you a job for life, a roof over your head, and take care of your health and retirement. In return, they expected you to stick with them through thick and thin. But when the economy imploded, even big names like Mazda had to call on Western executives to stop the bleeding. Ford took over and slashed through Mazda's workforce, only to leave 26,000 workers surviving. It was a huge cultural shock and a jolt to Japan's collective pride. The confidence that they had in their management style was shaken to the core. During the heydays of Japan, books were published, articles were written, and experts were attributing the island nation's success to high productivity and the relentless pursuit of innovation. Japanese management books became bestsellers, and Western businessmen eagerly sought the wisdom from 17th century samurai strategies. Japanese words like kaizen, or continuous improvement, became popular ideas worldwide. But suddenly, everything was flipped on its head. Japan's old ways of doing things, bureaucracy and lifetime employment, were no longer sustainable. The rigid structures that had once supported Japan's growth became its shackles. I'll give you one surprising example. You'd be shocked to know that Japan, which was once viewed as the most technologically advanced nation, the country that produced the world's advanced electronics, was slow to adapt computers in its own offices. The excuse for this was the complexity of adapting software to the Japanese language, which has thousands of characters. This is just one example of how Japan's rigid systems and bureaucracy ultimately held it back. The whole situation made everyone question what being a Japanese company actually meant. They had to figure out how to stay true to themselves while playing by global rules. The group that suffered the most was the younger generation. The ones who were poised to enter the workforce were hit the hardest. In many Asian countries, young people face immense pressure to become contributing members of society from a very early age. Japan is no exception to that. It often translates to achieving high grades, securing a good job, pursuing higher education, and maintaining a respectable family life. So think about all the young people who suddenly saw no future for them. The pressure to succeed, coupled with a lack of opportunities in the lost decade, created a sense of hopelessness among the young. The traditional path in life, education, career, marriage, and family, seemed out of reach for many. This led to increased rates of social withdrawal, with some individuals becoming hikikimori. Hikikimori is a Japanese term that means social withdrawal. We've covered them before in our cold fusion loneliness epidemic video. They are shut-ins, and they choose to live their lives indoors without interacting with anyone from the outside world. Sometimes they don't even leave their rooms for months or years.
For the families with hikikomori children, the condition can have a huge impact. I met a father, we'll call him Mr. Haruto, whose son became withdrawn as a teenager and 2 decades later still barely leaves his room.
I don't know how to handle this. It feels like there are no options. Even after the boy's mother died, he didn't change. So I don't foresee any hopes for the future.
So why is your son in his room?
I don't know the reason. One day, he just stopped going to school. At first, he'd go out sometimes to buy comic books, and then he just stopped going out altogether. We didn't know what to do. There were 2 or 3 times we had to call the police because my son got violent. Once he smashed the window, another time he punched my wife and broke her ribs.
In one estimation by the Cabinet Office of Japan, there are 613,000 middle-aged and elderly shut-ins in the country right now. This means that they grew up during the lost decade. A lot of them are still living with their aging parents, mostly detached from society. Between 1991 and 2003, Japan's GDP growth was only 1.14%. The following decade, from 2000 to 2010, showed a similar trend. It was just 1%. And this growth is extremely anemic when compared to other developed countries. Japan's journey has never been without its fair share of tremors, quite literally.
An earthquake so strong it literally shifted the Earth's axis by about 25 centimeters.
That tsunami reached 23 feet high in some places, nearly twice the height of me standing on Chris's shoulders, for example. And that wall of water is primarily the cause of a death toll that is in the hundreds, but is certain to rise, with 88,000 people in Japan still unaccounted for.
The Tohoku earthquake and tsunami, followed by the Fukushima disaster in 2011, shook Japan's very foundations. These disasters took a hefty toll on the nation.
10 years have passed, but here, time has stood still. Frozen at 2:46 p.m, the exact moment a massive earthquake struck northeastern Japan and led to one of the worst nuclear disasters of all time.
The 2008 financial crisis and recent pandemic have further increased Japan's debt. The economic stagnation over the decades has had a knock-on effect on society itself. Today, Japan stands as one of the most rapidly aging nations on the planet. A sizable slice of the population is now over 65, and thanks to low mortality rates and enviable longevity, this demographic is only set to grow. You can say it's kudos to the nation's healthcare and healthy living, but it's a challenge for the future. How will the diminishing young population grow up to support such a massive amount of elderly people? Especially since birth rates have been declining at a record rate. In 2023, the number of newborns in Japan dropped to just 758,000, a decline of 5.1% when compared to just 1 year earlier. This figure represents the lowest birth rate ever recorded in Japan. The reason for this drop, however, can be a variety of things. Many young people suggest that they are simply not interested in getting married and having kids. And this is because of economic pressures, high living costs, and longer work hours. It's safe to say, most of the time, the reason is financial. Then there's a shift in societal values, where younger generations prioritize personal growth and careers over starting a family. The government did try a few policies to encourage childbirth and child-rearing, but these efforts have largely failed. Japan went through a lot. Still, they remained the 3rd largest economy in the world for a long time. Only recently have they dropped to 4th place after entering a technical recession. It really is a testament to their resilience, but they're nowhere near where they used to be before the economic disaster. The giant bubble of the 1980s in Japan may have burst, but the era's vibrancy still lingers in many people's memories, especially the ones who were lucky enough to live through that moment in Japan. It makes one wonder what could have been if the government had been more careful. However, it now serves as a lesson to all countries. It's like a delicate balance of cherry blossoms, blossoming in prosperity, yet fleeting in the winds of economic change. Alright, so that's about it from me. That was the story of the Japanese economic disaster, the biggest economic bubble in recent history. It's a topic I've always found interesting and did want to cover, so I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Let us know in the comments section. So my name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion. If this is your first video, hope you enjoyed it, and feel free to subscribe. Okay, so I'll see you again soon for the next episode.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. 2008 was a pretty interesting year. It was my first year of university, the iPhone was 1 year old, dubstep was about to explode, and Breaking Bad changes television. But what most people remember from 2008 was the financial disaster that came with it. The world would go through one of the biggest crises it had ever witnessed. $19.2 trillion of household wealth would be lost, and some of the biggest financial institutions in the world would fail. The crisis would mark everyone who lived through it. Without knowing it, many have had their lives determined by this recession. From the backlash against globalization to the erosion of trust in governments, financial institutions, and each other, it can all be traced back to this point in time. Since the recession, less people are having kids, and it's been harder to get by. And I'm even talking before COVID. The 2008 crisis was the death of the real economy. After that point, there was less productivity and more money printing and low interest rates, which disproportionately helped the richest people. With the way the global economy is looking today, it's increasingly important to look back at this point in history to understand exactly what happened and the parallels it has to today. This special episode will be split into 3 parts. First, I'll take you through the setup of the disaster, then the crash, then the death of the real economy, and I'll finish with what you can do to help yourself. Let's begin the story of one of the biggest events in human history.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
To get the full picture, we need to go back to America in 1995. During this year, the fight was on to help low-income earners. The US government passed laws to decrease discrimination against poorer home borrowers. The banks would lower lending requirements, offering packages such as reduced payments for a number of years. Soon after, in 1999, the US government repealed a law that stopped commercial banks from taking part in investment banking activities. The law that they got rid of was the Glass-Steagall Act. Ironically, this law was made in 1933 to stop the speculation that fueled the Great Depression. It was a fatal mistake. From 1999 onwards, banks which had previously managed conservatively turned to riskier and riskier investments, as well as speculation, all in an effort to increase their returns. Banks cared less about their customers and more about Wall Street profits. According to Nobel economics laureate Joseph Stiglitz, this move played a major role in the financial collapse that was to come. But why worry? Right now, things were good. It was the late 1990s, and there was seemingly no economic problems in sight for America. The internet had taken over the minds of everyone. Investment banks were throwing money behind anything that had a .com at the end. The result was the launch of stupid companies like Pets.com. The banks didn't care though. When the stock went up, they would sell and make their profit. This was the .com bubble, and it had arrived in full force. People quit their jobs to trade stocks, and shares went crazy. For example, shares of Qualcomm rose by 2,619% in 1999 alone. In America, there was money to be made, and life was good. But something started to happen. Soon investors realized that these internet companies had no cash flow and couldn't actually make any money, and by March 2000, it all came crashing down. The next year, the September 11th attacks would occur, followed by the Enron and WorldCom corporate accounting scandals. After these events, the public and the markets lost trust in the economy. Spending trended downwards, and it was looking like the economy was heading for a recession. To avoid this, the Central Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve, decided to lower interest rates down to 1%. The low interest rates would increase spending and recover confidence in the American economy. With a low 1% interest rate and no systemic problems in the real economy, the recovery was rapid and economic growth was ample. Eventually, speculation started to migrate from stocks into real estate. By 2003, everyone with a good credit score and a good job already owned a home. If you were in the business of giving out home loans, this was a bad sign. To save their profit margins, mortgage lenders relaxed credit scores to get more people in the door and increase profits. These were called subprime loans. As the money flowed in and time went on, the lending standards got lower and lower and lower. Soon there were mortgage deals that required no income, no job, and no assets.
They stopped checking whether the income was even real. They turned to low and no doc loans, so-called liar's loans, no income, no job, no assets, and they were still willing to lend.
But help me out here. How does that make sense for the lender? It would seem to be reckless in the extreme.
It was, but the key assumption was that home prices would keep going up forever. And in fact, home prices nationwide had never declined since the Great Depression.
People like acupuncturist Rula Giosmas became real estate speculators.
How many properties did you buy in this last 5-year period?
I believe in the last 5-year period I bought about 6 properties.
And what did you buy them for?
For investments.
If a subprime customer defaulted, it was no problem. Just sell the house because it was going to go up in value, so you're going to still make a profit. So this next part is a bit in the weeds, but I need you to bear with me because it's crucial to the story. So Wall Street was looking at this situation and they saw an opportunity. You see, there were 2 groups of people that could be linked here. On the one side were the mortgage lenders, who were profiting from a newly found market. They wanted to get rid of these risky loans because they knew that these loans were junk and had a huge liability. On the other hand, you had institutional investors who were looking for ways to increase their returns. Since interest rates were low at 1%, high-yield products were off the table. The Wall Street banks had an idea, and they got to work offering the perfect high-yielding product, the mortgage-backed security. These were a bundle of individual mortgage debts sold as shares. These shares would give back the investors that bought them a safe, fixed income. Some rather devious bankers realized that they could use an old financial tool in combination with mortgage-backed securities to make unimaginable amounts of money. If they used this tool in the housing market, they could make tens of billions of dollars in just months. This tool was the CDO, collateralized debt obligation. To give you an idea of how lovely these products were, the bank that invented them went bankrupt due to a massive insider trading scandal. One way to imagine a CDO product is to think of it as a box. This box gets filled with monthly repayments from a group of mortgages and other debt, such as car loans and student loans. The box can generate income to investors who buy it. It's divided into different levels. Each level represents a different risk.
A CDO works like 3 cascading trays. As money comes in, the top tray fills first, then spills over into the middle, and whatever is left into the bottom. The money comes from homeowners paying off their mortgages. If some owners don't pay and default on their mortgage, less money comes in, and the bottom tray may not get filled. This makes the bottom tray riskier, and the top tray safer. To compensate for the higher risk, the bottom tray receives a higher rate of return, while the top receives a lower, but still nice return.
The aim of this was to diversify the risk, but there was a fatal flaw. Since the box had safe prime home loans mixed in with loans to people who had no job, the whole thing was risky. All of the risk was passed to investors who purchased these debt boxes. Meanwhile, the lenders and the banks profited handsomely by charging high fees.
This system was a ticking time bomb. Lenders didn't care anymore about whether a borrower could repay, so they started making riskier loans. The investment banks didn't care either. The more CDOs they sold, the higher their profits.
As the financial assets became more complex and harder to value, the majority didn't understand how these instruments worked. they turned to credit rating agencies for clarity. The hope was that these institutions would do their homework for them and determine risk correctly. But as it goes, the rating agencies completely screwed up. They rated these debt boxes as AAA, the highest possible rating. This signaled that they were extremely safe, good enough for pension funds and the wider economy to invest in. But there's a question remaining. Why did the rating agencies rate these debt boxes as high quality? Well, sadly, it was because the rating agencies made billions of dollars in doing so. If a bank came to them asking to rate their box filled with junk, a rating agency would know that if they gave the product the true junk rating, the banks would just go to another rating agency down the road to get the AAA rating they desired. Rating all of these boxes AAA meant that the money kept flowing into the rating agencies. This was another key component to the disaster. These false ratings would later spread America's problems to the rest of the world. Between 2000 and 2007, the subprime mortgage debt included in the packages increased from 5% to 36%. They saw remarkable success, growing from an estimated $20 billion in 2004 to over $180 billion in 2007. Bankers were personally making millions to tens of millions in bonuses. While this was going on, there were some mad scientists in the financial industry that were creating financial weapons of mass destruction. This is where things go insane, and the greed was in full swing. The final stage of the greed was the invention of the mortgage credit default swap. This was a financial instrument that worked as insurance against failed mortgage debt products.
So it's an insurance contract.
It is an insurance contract, but they've been very careful not to call it that, because if it were insurance, it would be regulated.
This is actually the security.
This is the selling document for the securities.
Think anybody ever read this stuff?
I doubt very many people read it.
These complex financial instruments were actually designed by mathematicians and physicists who used algorithms and computer models to reconstitute the unreliable loans in ways that were supposed to eliminate most of the risk.
Obviously, they turned out to be wrong.
Why?
Because you can't model human behavior with math.
They are complex, in effect, mortgage science projects devised by these Nobel-track physicists who came to work on Wall Street.
And it didn't stop Wall Street from making billions selling them to banks, pension funds, and other institutional investors all over the world.
How big is the market for credit default swaps?
We really don't know. There's this voluntary survey that claims that the market is in the range of 50 to 60 or so trillion dollars. It's sort of alarming that in a market that big, we don't even know how big it is to within, say, $10 trillion.
This enabled banks to bet on the direction of a mortgage price. If they guessed right, they would make a bunch of money.
Think of it for a moment as a football game. People in the stands may also have a financial stake in the outcome in the form of a bet with a friend or a bookie.
The new bet that arose over the last several years is a bet based on whether people will default on their mortgages.
And that was the bet that blew up Wall Street.
And crazier still, banks could bet on the outcome of the previous bet, and banks could bet on the bet of that bet. Because these are swaps, and technically not insurance, the banks didn't need any cash to back up their bets if they go bad. What could possibly go wrong?
And it used to be illegal. It was very illegal 100 years ago because it had brought down the market in 1907. And they said, we're not going to let this happen again. And then 100 years later, in 2000, we rolled them all back.
In retrospect, giving Wall Street immunity from state gambling laws and legalizing activity that had been banned for most of the 20th century should have given lawmakers pause.
If it sounds meaningless, it basically is. These products created no value in the economy, but were making banks a whole bunch of money. Insurance companies, such as AIG, saw their profits soar. Financial engineering was running rampant, and there was no one supervising any of these products. In October 2004, the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, bizarrely relaxed the liquidity requirements of 5 banks: Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns, and Morgan Stanley. This lit the fire.
The more the banks borrowed, the higher their leverage. The SEC somehow
decided to let investment banks gamble a lot more. That was nuts. I don't know why they did that.
From 2004 to 2007, these investment banks each significantly increased their financial leverage. This amplified gains, but also amplified losses. As they gambled more, these banks became extremely vulnerable to financial shocks. In 2007, they reported $4.1 trillion in debt. That was about 30% of US GDP at the time. The stage was now fully set for a moment that would shake the world. During 2004, as the US economy picked up pace, the US central bank started to increase interest rates. This would set off a chain reaction event because financial institutions had offered up many adjustable rate loans based on low rates. Home buyers would enjoy these low rates for about 2 to 3 years. After this period, the rates would reset to align with the market interest rate. But when you combine rising rates with low-income subprime customers, it was a disaster. Home buyers went from paying little to no monthly interest payments to their payments suddenly snapping up to multiple times higher to meet the market. Many just couldn't pay up.
But after 2, 3, or 5 years, those rates reset. They went up, and so did the monthly payment. So a mortgage of, say, $800 a month could easily jump to $1,500.
By mid-2006, an increasing number of defaults caused home prices to fall. Homes were now worth less than their mortgage loans. Many homeowners stopped paying their mortgages and went into foreclosure. This is where the crisis starts gaining momentum. As more foreclosures occurred, home prices fell further, while demand kept decreasing as well. As 2007 got underway, nearly 1.3 million properties were foreclosed. There was a rumbling that something big was going on when the subprime specialist lender, New Century Financial, files for bankruptcy. Then, one subprime lender after another files for bankruptcy. By the end of 2007, 2.3 million homes had been foreclosed, and the subprime mortgage crisis was officially underway. The high default rates by the homeowners led to a rapid devaluation of the financially engineered products from before. Investors were now aware of the risks, and they were now trying to sell these toxic debt boxes at all costs. In March of 2007, Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke tries to calm the markets. He states, "The subprime loan issue is contained." He couldn't have been more wrong. Ironically, in October 2022, Ben Bernanke would win the Nobel Prize for Economics. You're about to see why this is so ironic. In August of 2007, a bombshell announcement rattles the market. France's BNP Paribas announces that there is no liquidity in the global market for mortgage-backed securities. In other words, nobody wants to buy the debt boxes anymore. They're essentially worthless. Other European banks follow with similar announcements. The real picture was becoming clear. The mortgage-backed securities that were supposed to be AAA and safe are in reality worthless. And even worse, they had spread through the global financial system undetected like a cancer. As a result of these shock announcements, there was a panic among financial firms and banks. Investors looked around and wanted to pull any funding that was thought to be vulnerable to mortgage losses. Financial institutions struggled to assess the values of their books. What they thought was worth trillions of dollars could actually be worth close to zero. The contagion continued to spread. September 2007. UK bank Northern Rock was also playing with high leverage and financially engineered products, and they have to be bailed out by the Bank of England. Investors then queued to take their money out. It was the first bank run in the UK since 1866. While all of this was going on, the Federal Reserve was still clueless. They forecasted that the slowdown would be mild, stating that there would still be 3% GDP growth. Come on, guys. March of 2008 sees Bear Stearns fall. Bear Stearns was a pillar of Wall Street dating back to 1923 and was the fifth largest investment bank. The firm carried a notional market value of $13.4 trillion. So how did this number get so high? This was because they were also being reckless and using very high leverage, which multiplied their losses. Bear Stearns bet big on the mortgage markets and lost.
The markets have certainly gotten worse, but our liquidity position has not changed at all. Our balance sheet has not weakened at all.
And yet, 48 hours later, everything changes. This morning, Schwartz said that the firm's cash position had deteriorated sharply over the past day. Questions now being asked at this loss of $3.5 billion in market value today alone.
They were bought by JP Morgan for $2 a share. Just earlier in the year, Bear Stearns was worth $170 per share. Global panic ensued, and it was at a fever pitch. Lehman Brothers, the fourth largest investment bank, is being looked at as the next to fall. It was also heavily exposed to the subprime mortgage financial products. Lehman's CFO, Erin Cullen, calmed investors by boasting of a profit of $489 million. The stock jumps 48% on the news. But all wasn't as it seems. A later 2010 report by the court examiner stated that Lehman executives regularly used accounting gimmicks at the end of each quarter to make their financials seem less shaky than they really were. In reality, their risky commercial real estate holdings were 30 times greater than their capital. Lehman Brothers were so highly leveraged that a 3 to 5% decline in real estate values would completely wipe out all of their capital. By June, Lehman Brothers reported a $2.6 billion loss, which no amount of accounting magic could hide. Their stock falls by 73%. Meanwhile, other banks such as Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs started betting against the mortgage securities, which they were still selling, and they would make hundreds of millions of dollars, while investors lost everything. Unbelievable. At this time, the US had now tipped into recession as GDP fell by 2.1%. September 2008. The crisis begins to spin out of control, and Lehman Brothers collapses. This marks the largest US bankruptcy of all time.
The US government said it won't bail out Lehman, which last week announced more than $3.9 billion in losses. Shares in Lehman Brothers have plummeted more than 80% in 2008 alone.
Everybody in the West, at least, owns, a lot of people have got pensions, and these pensions invest in stock markets, and a lot of the shares are actually the shares of banks. And when bank shares get hammered, people's pensions get hammered, so everybody loses.
Lehman Brothers is going bankrupt after talks to pull them back from the abyss collapsed. And financial markets from Asia to Europe are doing their utmost to prevent Monday from turning from dark to black.
This is going to be one of the watershed days in financial markets history.
It was a manic Monday in the financial markets. The Dow tumbled more than 500 points after two pillars of the street tumbled over the weekend. Lehman Brothers, a 158-year-old firm, filed for bankruptcy.
I don't think anyone really expected a bank as big as Lehman to be in a position that it's in now.
Brought down by bad mortgage investments, Lehman, which has 25,000 employees, will be liquidated.
I'm starting to find another job.
Meanwhile, Merrill Lynch, fearing it could be next, agreed in an act of desperation to a shotgun marriage with Bank of America. So in just 6 months, 3 of the 5 biggest independent firms on Wall Street have now disappeared. Bear Stearns, which collapsed last spring, Lehman Brothers, and Merrill Lynch. Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson tried to reassure...
The banks were all scared, and they stopped lending to each other, and the financial system froze. Companies couldn't order parts, pay for staff, and businesses ground to a halt. And if nothing was done, planes would have to stop flying.
We came as close as we have ever come in history to a total cardiac arrest, not just of the American economy, but the entire world economy.
Meaning everybody's afraid to lend to everybody else. Credit simply freezes, and an economy, a modern economy, can't function that way?
A modern economy can't function without credit for more than even a couple of hours, frankly, seconds. GE, the pillar of American manufacturing, was having a hard time getting short-term credit. So was Harvard University. Wage bills were not being paid.
Knowing that something had to be done, the infamous bailout started. On September 16, 2008, the US Federal Reserve stepped in to buy AIG, the largest insurer in the US. While Lehman was just another bank, AIG presented a systemic risk to the entire financial system, or so they told us. It was an $85 billion loan, and this was the origin of the famous too big to fail argument.
We're in an urgent situation.
and the consequences will grow worse each day if we do not act.
The US government gave the banks $700 billion to purchase toxic assets and bank shares to stop them from falling any lower. It did work, but the biggest banks just ended up being even larger after buying up all the other failing banks. The use of hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money to bail out these banks sparked complete outrage. It was the beginning of mass distrust in institutions and governments. The immediate result was the Occupy Wall Street movement and the invention of Bitcoin. Bailing out the banks was an unpopular move. But the other option wasn't fun either. The crash of 1929 and the subsequent Great Depression lasted for almost a decade. There's arguments to be made on both sides. As for now, the crisis was still in full swing. The Federal Reserve also cut interest rates in the hope of restoring the market. In total, during the fourth quarter of 2008, the Central Bank of the United States purchased $2.5 trillion of government debt and junk private assets from the banks. Up until that point, this was the largest monetary policy action in the history of the world. By 2009, the stock market has fallen 50% from its 2007 highs. Pension funds were completely wiped out. As we know, it wasn't just the US that suffered. Institutions and governments around the world owned American assets. In 2008, it became obvious that the crisis was going to have global repercussions. After the fall of Lehman Brothers, banks and corporations globally began to fail. In the UK, HBOS was taken over by Lloyds, and the UK government steps in to save its banking system. With lending markets drying up around the world, the central banks of the United States, European Union, Australia, Canada, and Japan coordinated injecting cash into debt markets for the first time since 9/11. November of 2008 sees the International Monetary Fund approve loans to stabilize Ukraine and Iceland. By December 2008, riots had broken out in Greece.
Much of the day, the clashes were centred around the Greek parliament, one of the few buildings here being adequately protected.
Iceland was hit particularly bad. Relative to the size of its economy, the systemic collapse was the largest experienced by any country in economic history. Some of the biggest banks in the nation became worthless, and their stock market fell by almost 80%.
Here as elsewhere, the police are first to meet the anger and despair amongst the population. During the past weekends, thousands have taken to the streets to protest against their government and alleged corruption amongst bank managers. For the first time in history in this tiny nation, leading politicians and businessmen are now protected by armed guards. Landsbanki was one of 3 big Icelandic banks that had engaged in an uncontrolled loaning spree abroad. When the international credit crunch hit, they had accumulated loans worth 12 times the nation's GDP. When the banks defaulted, the state had to take over their debts, worth more than $60 billion.
Unlike many countries, the people of Iceland actually chased out their bankers and jailed them. Meanwhile, in the United States, the top 5 Lehman executives walked away with $2 billion, and they got to keep the money. The rest of Europe was still hit hard, the results of which was the European debt crisis, a multi-year economic crisis that took place from 2009 until the end of the 2010s. Some member states, namely Portugal, Greece, Spain, and Ireland, were unable to repay or refinance their government debt. Until today, countries like Greece are still struggling to overcome their financial issues. On April 10, 2009, Time magazine declared, quote, "More quickly than it began, the banking crisis is over." But was it really? Problems still persisted. Wages and incomes continued to languish. The real economy was limping. People would be out of work for a few years to come, and by 2010, unemployment around the world had risen, hitting almost 10% in the United States and Europe. 6 million Americans lost their jobs, and 8 million lost their home.
Oscar Munoz used to sell real estate. Now his company clears out foreclosed homes.
I wonder, do you ever come to houses where the people are still here?
Absolutely. That's really a sad situation. I'd rather not meet the people.
Why not?
It's not easy to come in and move a family out. It's just our job to do it for the bank. It's just the nature of what's going on in the market right now.
In 2010, regulatory action was finally taken. The US government passed the Dodd-Frank Act. It included more oversight and transparency for financially engineered products, limits on risky bank investments, tighter regulation for rating agencies. The whole aim was to stop this kind of disaster from ever happening again. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have worked. Today, banks have reinvented the debt boxes and the tools used to speculate on them. This time, they're calling them bespoke collateralized synthetic obligations. This time, they're using corporate debt instead of mortgages. 2022 saw a large spike in activity, quadrupling to $40 billion in this year alone. Let's just hope that corporations don't all default on their debt due to a systemic shock. I personally don't think we'll have another crisis exactly the same as 2008, but safe to say, these stupid financial experiments aren't helping. I really sincerely hope that there's not more of them out there, which we just don't know about. So what happened next? What scars did such a disaster leave on the economy? Well, there's some strong arguments to be made that there has been no real economy since 2008. If you look at the GDP per capita of the real economy of the United States, it never recovered. It has been below trend since 2008. If you're in your late 30s onwards, this is probably why it felt harder for the average person to get ahead since the crash. In the United States alone, it's projected that an adult that lived through the crash has lost about $70,000 in lifetime earnings. Younger people were less affected, but less employment opportunities still set them back. For the first time, a whole generation would be poorer than their parents. It's not uncommon for younger people to live paycheck to paycheck, funding their lives with buy now, pay later debt. Subsequently, the fertility rates around the world have decreased significantly after 2008. There may be other explanations for the phenomenon, but the charts are clear. A financial disaster would certainly impact the way families would plan for their future. After the 2008 crisis, central banks gained more power. They set interest rates low for so long that the stock market and eventually the whole financial system adjusted and settled around this state. Low interest rates meant cheap money. People, companies, and governments borrowed money with virtually no interest. Investments turned risky and excessive debt distorted many markets. By the mid-2010s, these conditions had become the scaffolding for the whole financial system. Growth became dependent on central banks keeping these conditions the same. Wealth inequality exploded as those closest to the financial industry got extremely rich, while the rest of the general populace stayed the same. By the late 2010s, many economic commentators were referring to this as the everything bubble. First it was stocks, then it was housing, then it's the debt market now, which controls everything. This next point is key to really understanding the death of the real economy. Economic productivity. This is the measure of how much stuff you get out from the resources that you put in. Since 2008, it's been severely injured. Due to zero interest rates for so long after 2008, the investment that would have gone to productive areas of the economy catapulted into riskier sectors. The real economy just didn't get the capital it needed to innovate and develop and do things more efficiently. Low economic productivity affects real wage growth, living standards, and quality of life. Even former Federal Reserve Chair Janet Yellen called it the, quote, most important factor determining continued advancements in living standards. This is why, when our leaders told us that the economy was booming in the 2010s, it really didn't feel like that to many people. Productivity was gone. It's a missing piece of the 21st century economic story that's often left out. Then we come to 2020, and the pandemic saw central banks respond much quicker with a lot of force, printing trillions of dollars as the economy was slowing to a halt. There's no denying that this mitigated the pain. But was this an overreaction? Many think so. Economic professor Jeremy Siegel called it a monumental mistake. Regardless, the stock market loved it and vaulted to all-time highs. Then, investments into risky assets like NFTs shot up. Eventually, there was too much money in the system and not enough goods, and the prices of everything started to rise. Aside from the fallout of COVID and the war in Ukraine, a component of inflation today comes from the actions of central banks. In the latest stage of this roller coaster, central banks have panicked at the large inflation and have started raising rates. This was to slow down the economy and reduce demand, and this is supposed to bring down inflation. But as stated, low rates and easy money had become the scaffolding of the financial system. Raising interest rates reverses these conditions that the financial system was used to. This is why, as soon as interest rates start rising, everything seems to be falling apart. Stock markets are crashing, and companies are laying off staff. The whole system just isn't used to a normal interest rate environment. Today, there's a lot more debt in the system than in 2008, and this was thanks to central banks keeping interest rates near zero for more than a decade. Increasing rates would make this large volume of debt harder to manage for individuals and governments. Countries like Australia, Canada, and the UK have a lot of variable rate mortgages which will snap higher to market rates over the next few years. Subprime car loans and credit card loans are seeing increased defaults. Meanwhile, Credit Suisse is in trouble and they're selling part of their domestic bank. Central bank liquidity swaps are going crazy in Switzerland, doubling in the past couple of weeks. It looks like we're going to have another recession, but what happens beyond that is anyone's guess. After almost 15 years, the 2008 recession has taught us several lessons. It was the loose lending standards and low central bank interest rates that started the problem. Financial engineering spread it to the world. Bad policy, accounting fraud, and poor credit rating agencies fanned the flames. Although structural reform has taken place since 2008, we should also take a deeper look into central banks and their decisions. They always seem to print and leave rates too low for too long, distorting markets and blowing up bubbles, only to pop these bubbles later. It's a scenario that seems to be playing out again today. All in all, the real lesson that we as a society never seem to learn is to keep those in charge accountable and also to plan for the unpredictable. So, for you personally, what can you do if you're worried and don't trust our expert leaders? The key is to avoid risk. If you're inclined to keep your money safe, think about assets that have little to no risk or financial engineering behind them. Some believe physical gold and silver, as boring as they may seem, are the ultimate riskless assets. Others believe government bonds are. Others still think plain old cash is best. Talk to a financial professional to make that personal decision and to sleep easier at night. So before I finally go, I do want to hear some stories from 2008 from you guys. I know I was too young to be impacted directly, but I did know and I got a sense that the world was changing while I was studying in university. So what do you remember from this period? Anyway, a massive thanks for watching. This episode did take a lot of effort to bring to life, so I do want to thank you for sticking till the end. If you did like it, take a look around the channel. There's a lot of interesting stuff on science, technology, business, and finance. In the next episode, we'll move away from finance for a second and take a look at an interesting story. Did you know that apart from Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, Apple had a third co-founder, and he sold 10% of his Apple shares for a measly $800 in 1976? Well, I'll see you next time in that episode. My name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking. Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything. Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone. And here it is.
Why in the world would Apple Computer want to jump into the handset market with so much competition?
We use all the handsets out there. It's really frustrating. It's a category that needs to be reinvented.
With over 2 billion units sold, the iPhone is the most influential product of all time. It created the modern smartphone and turned the device into an instant gateway to the world. Everything you desire in the palm of your hand. It changed everything. But where did it come from? If it wasn't a sudden idea from Steve Jobs, who actually came up with the idea? Who were the people that built it, and what are their stories? With the most recent release of the iPhone, it's easy for many people to forget just how revolutionary it once was. Today, we're going to see how it all began, and how the pressure of doing the impossible cost some people their marriage and their health. This video will include my exclusive interview with Ken Koshenda, one of the pioneers of the original iPhone. He worked directly with Steve Jobs on the project. This is the secret history of the iPhone.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
To begin our story, we have to go back to the early 2000s. At this time, human-computer interaction was a mess before smart devices. Manipulating digital objects was a chore. In the early 2000s, zooming in on an image usually meant clicking on a menu, selecting the zoom option, and then selecting the amount you wanted to zoom in by. How we zoom in on an image today couldn't be more different. We can simply pinch a screen and manipulate it with our fingers. Back then, such interactions weren't obvious and only became possible with touchscreens. Touchscreens existed back then, but they were predominantly resistive touch. That's the kind of screen where you have to use a lot of force to touch. Think ATM screens or information screens at train stations and airports. On smaller screens, resistive touch is inexact and frustrating. In the 90s, Apple tried to use resistive touch in a device called the Newton, but it failed. Before even dreaming of a device like the iPhone, this was the first problem that had to be solved. By 2007, the world was looking for a new way to approach the mobile phone. They just needed a company to be in the right place at the right time with the right product. You may be surprised to find out that the first seeds of the iPhone came not from Apple, but from a small company in Delaware called Fingerworks. Founded in 1998 by Wayne Westerman, Fingerworks had figured out how to use a different type of technology effectively. It was called capacitive multi-touch. It was fast, responsive, precise, and most importantly, smart enough to recognize multiple fingers and what they were trying to do. I reached out to Wayne for an interview, but unfortunately, after his company was bought by Apple in 2005, he was whisked away and sworn to secrecy. He couldn't give me any interviews about his work. In the early 2000s, Fingerworks released a trackpad called the iGesture. It helped people with wrist injuries easily use a computer without aggravating their injury. Wayne Westerman, the founder of Fingerworks, had suffered from a wrist condition himself. Sometimes he couldn't type more than a page without his wrist suffering. Instead of despairing, this condition motivated him to innovate new solutions for his university research paper, and this resulted in the Fingerworks technology. Wayne even wrote a simple AI program to help the system understand the differences between accidental and intentional touches. When gestures were performed, the pad would interpret them and turn the movements into computer shortcuts, like copy, paste, and scroll. Wayne Westerman and Fingerworks would play a critical role in the development of the iPhone. Here's Ken Koshenda to talk about it a bit more.
My name is Ken Koshenda, and for many years I worked at Apple, from 2001 until 2017. In 2005, I was asked to join the iPhone project. I had very good experience working with Wayne. But back at the beginning, he had a company called Fingerworks, which is an independent company which Apple bought, part for the technology and part to get him because he was so talented.
Early on, Steve Jobs hated the idea of Apple making a phone. He was concerned about a lack of focus in the company, the precise issue that he'd solved on his return to Apple in 1997. Steve Jobs believed that a phone would only serve a niche geek market. Cell phones at the time were not the easiest to use, so you can understand why it wouldn't have seemed right for a trendy company like Apple to get into this market. As we all know, this sentiment would later change. Meanwhile, within Apple, a group of engineers and software designers would meet weekly in what used to be a user testing room. They were all from different departments, but united by curiosity and imagination. They realized that the web and digital revolution was bringing richer and ever more complex media to computers. They realized that clicking and typing may not be the best way to navigate this new future. What if there was a more fluid way to interact with content? With this idea, they would start an informal human-computer interaction group within Apple. Their goal was to improve our interactions with technology. One day in 2002, an Apple employee by the name of Tina Huang brought a Fingerworks device to work due to a wrist injury. It was a black, rectangular pad that allowed the seamless execution of complicated computer tasks by just the use of her fingers. The Fingerworks touchpad was seen by some curious Apple human interaction employees in their user testing room. Because they were already thinking of new ways to interact with technology, to them, multi-touch interaction was an interesting prospect. Inspired, they whipped up a demo to show Apple's marketing department. Using the multi-touch gesture pad and a projector, they displayed an interactive image of macOS. The idea was that you could use finger-based gestures on the pad to manipulate elements of the desktop software. The demo was met with minimal enthusiasm from the marketing team. They just didn't see a need for it, and how could they? There was no product that would really need it. Unfazed, the interaction group continued to have weekly meetings to discuss the possibilities. Johnny Ive, who was one of the weekly members of the informal group, had also shown Steve Jobs the concept. Initially, Jobs rejected it. He remarked that it would only be good for, quote, reading something on a toilet, end quote. Johnny Ive, being of a sensitive nature, took the comment personally and was hurt by it. After some further thought, however, Jobs warmed up to the idea and the project would be greenlit, but it became riddled with problems and was ultimately shut down. In July of 2004, Steve Jobs had a surgery to remove a tumor in his pancreas. The realization that he might have a limited time on this planet helped accelerate the timetable of what needed to be done at Apple.
About a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. I had a scan at 7:30 in the morning, and it clearly showed a tumor on my pancreas. I didn't even know what a pancreas was. The doctors told me this was almost certainly a type of cancer that is incurable, and that I should expect to live no longer than 3 to 6 months. I've looked in the mirror every morning and asked myself, if today were the last day of my life, would I want to do what I am about to do today? And whenever the answer has been no for too many days in a row, I know I need to change something. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking and don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know when you find it.
Around this time, Tony Fadell, who led the successful iPod division, suggested to Jobs that it would be a good idea to put Wi-Fi in an iPod. While Jobs thought about it, Tony and his small team would get to work on a new iPod, a PDA hybrid prototype. The result was a disaster. Imagine an iPod with modified software allowing users to navigate the web with a click wheel. Jobs hated it. He understood that it worked, but thought it was a rubbish experience. Jobs told Tony to try another way. In 2005, Bas Ording, a programmer and UI designer, received a call from Steve Jobs asking him to make a demo of a touch interface of a scrolling list. Steve now wanted to do a touchscreen phone. Demos were the way that Apple as a company worked through creative concepts and ideas to see what could be the next product.
And then we would make demos and something you could try out right away. And the thing is, these first demos and prototypes are never any good. You think that there is going to be some genius aha moment, but it never works like that. Well, hopefully, there's some little kernel in there. There's some aspect of it that's stronger than other aspects of it. And so you go and look for those strong parts. Natural world uses natural selection generation after generation, improving and improving. In technology, we have creative selection, taking our ideas and building up a product from these humble beginnings. It's a long, iterative, evolutionary process.
While Ording was making the contactless demo, he noticed that when scrolling, the text image would suddenly stop when he hit the bottom of the screen. Because of this sudden stopping of all the motion, he thought that his code had crashed. After some time, Ording noticed that he had in fact reached the end of the list. This gave him an idea. Why not have the image bounce so that there's some visual feedback that lets you feel like you've reached the end of the list, and not like it suddenly crashed? This was the genesis of the rubber banding effect on the iPhone. When Steve saw Ording's rubber banding effect for the first time, he realized that a phone could indeed have a touch interface. While work on the scrolling list demo was happening, other touchscreen projects were secretly going on at Apple as well. As cool as these demos were, they were no more than a bunch of disjointed concepts. Some pinching and zooming here, a few widgets there, some notes and a calculator, but nothing with a unified structure. Steve wasn't impressed with the disjointed array of demos. It didn't seem like there was a product to sell. In early 2005, Jobs gave the team 2 weeks to create something great, and it had to be great, or else. A small team at Apple spent 2 sleepless weeks trying to get the company's first touchscreen phone right. They focused on the vision of a phone and its function. How do you make a phone call on a touchscreen? How do you get from a calendar to web browsing? What's the logical flow of getting from one application to another? Amazingly, by the end of the 2-week period, they had something to show Jobs. The first time Steve Jobs saw the prototype, he didn't jump for joy or exclaim anything. He was silent. Sitting back, he said, "Show it to me again." He was, in fact, blown away. The project would be top secret within Apple from that point forward. Around the same time, Apple would purchase Fingerworks, bringing Fingerworks' whole team on board to try and help figure out this new jackpot. So now, Apple had 2 choices on how to transform this technology into a product. 1. Enlarge the already successful iPod into a phone, or 2. Shrink macOS down into a phone using Fingerworks touch technology. Nobody knew which would work best, so Steve let both ideas run. The iPod enlarging team was led by Tony Fadell, and the multi-touch macOS team was led by Scott Forstall. Forstall's team was seen as the underdogs. After all, Tony Fadell had helped push millions of iPod sales and was also working on 2 smash hits, the iPod Nano and the iPod Video. The battle had begun. Neither team was allowed to know what each other was doing. In fact, the hardware guys weren't allowed to see any software, and the software guys weren't allowed to see any hardware. Hardly anyone working on the phone at Apple knew what the device was going to look like until the keynote, and they weren't given a solid date for that either. During the stress, some members would quit, and others would be fired. At one point, Phil Schiller, head of marketing, had had enough and thought that both projects should be scrapped. An Apple phone with a BlackBerry-style keyboard seemed like the most sensible option. While these projects were going, top Apple executives convinced Jobs that something needed to be done about encroaching MP3-capable mobile phone sales, and quickly. Jobs agreed to partner with Motorola, the coolest phone company at the time, with their thin Razr phone. They would make an iTunes phone. The idea was people would try out iTunes on the phone and then hopefully go off and buy an iPod. Apple would have no involvement in the hardware, only focusing on iTunes integration. The result was the Motorola Rocker. Already outdated on release, the thing just sucked.
I go there and I just resume my music right back to where it was. Well, I was supposed to resume my music right back to where it was. I hit the wrong button. But you can resume your music right back to where it was if you hit the right button.
The rocker was so bad that it was soon being returned at a rate of 6 times higher than the industry average. Consumers were expecting something big from Apple, and this wasn't it. After the Motorola failure, Jobs returned his attention back to the iPod phone, which was Tony Fadell's team, as it was the safer option. He still did leave the Touch macOS team led by Scott Forstall to continue. Tony's team tried a plethora of designs, one of which was similar to an iPod video, but with a phone mode. If you wanted music, it would behave like a regular iPod with touch controls for play, pause, etc. around a scroll wheel. When you needed to dial a number, you would switch it into phone mode and the device would behave like a rotary phone. It wasn't perfect, but Jobs still insisted that the idea could work. Nobody within Apple really knew what this new device was. The iPod team saw it as another portable accessory like the iPod, so software wasn't important. The Touch macOS team, on the other hand, saw it as a fully fledged, multi-touch computer that fit in your hand. Tony Fadell and his team were certain that this new phone should run a beefed-up version of iPod software, while Scott Forstall and his team thought a shrunken-down version of macOS would be better. They theorized that mobile chip technology had become powerful enough to run a version of macOS. It was juddery at first, but soon they managed to get scrolling to work smoothly on a compact version of macOS. And from this point, it was decided that this would be the way to go. The shrunken-down version of macOS would become known as iOS, and soon, Tony Fadell's iPod phone idea would be abandoned, and all efforts would be focused on iOS. As the software began to take place, details had to be ironed out. How do you unlock this thing without doing it by accident in your pocket? There's actually an interesting story to how this was solved. One day, Freddie Anzes, a user interface designer within Apple, found the solution in the most unlikely of places: a toilet. One day, Freddie was on a US domestic flight and felt the need to relieve himself. He got up from his seat and went to the toilet. As Freddie locked the cubicle door, he happened to observe the locking mechanism. It was so simple. You just slide it to unlock. And that's it. This concept lit a light bulb, and the result was the famous original slide to unlock feature. To test out this concept, an iPhone engineer later gave a prototype to his 3-year-old daughter. Without hesitation, she took her finger, slid and unlocked the phone. If a 3-year-old could figure it out, anyone could. Meanwhile, Johnny Ive was beginning to imagine what the hardware of this phone could look like. Although later designs would stray, the first sketch from Johnny Ive was close to the final product. He was imagining an infinity pool. Quote, "This pond where the display would magically appear, the rest of the device had to get out of the way." End quote. Interestingly, Johnny Ive didn't want a headphone jack in the original iPhone. As the project dragged on, tempers rose within the company due to secrecy, competition, and the time pressure of the project. And it was no wonder. Everything the teams were making was new. Touchscreen technology was in its infancy. The Apple engineers had to figure out how to make a transparent version of multi-touch mass-producible. Untested custom chips had to be developed. Cell reception had to be worked out. Material designs needed to be perfected. Basically, these teams, which had never made a phone before, were now trying to make the most ambitious device ever imagined. Imagine how it must have been for the developers too. If any app they were working on crashed, it could have been because of virtually a million things, from their coding to any one of the numerous experimental hardware components. By February of 2006, the team at Apple still didn't have a CPU, basically the brain of the device, and they were supposed to ship in a year. They decided to contract Samsung, who they'd partnered with previously for chips within the iPod. They asked Samsung if they had any powerful CPUs within certain specifications, and they did, but the only thing Samsung had was from a cable box. Without telling Samsung about the iPhone, Apple said they would need modifications to this chip in just 6 months. This is much less than half the usual development time for a new chip, and this would later cause problems. By early 2006, the iOS software was making great progress, But the keyboard still sucked. It was just too small to type on, and it failed in all of the demos. Without a good keyboard, the whole phone wouldn't have worked. Realizing that the entire project was in jeopardy, Scott Forstall paused all development of applications on iOS and made everyone focus on the keyboard issue. Everyone on the team built keyboards for 3 straight weeks. When it came time to test the results of their work, they all still were no good, and there was only one engineer left to demonstrate his keyboard. It was Ken Koscienda. Nervously, he set it up for Scott to type on. Surprisingly, it worked, and it was accurate. The breakthrough was made by using primitive AI to figure out what was actually being typed, essentially a predictive text. For example, if you were to type the letter T, there was a high chance you're going to type the letter H next. So the keyboard would make the contact region for H larger without changing the appearance of the button to the naked eye. Ken also had the foresight to use a dictionary to power suggestions and autocorrect.
It was clear to me after the first couple of demos that since the screen was so small and since there was no tactile feedback on the touch screen, that there was going to need to be some new element. Now, my first ideas were different shaped keys, different ways of highlighting the keys so that you would just move your fingers, but that was a failed idea. That didn't work. And so it was the dictionary and software assistance, the notion that some code running in the background, looking at your touches on the screen and trying to figure out, well, what did you mean? And so combining that notion with the notion of a dictionary and a lot of work, a lot of experimentation helped to produce that first result of autocorrection for the first iPhone.
Without Ken's ideas in that high-pressure moment, it's possible that the iPhone wouldn't have made it off the ground. As it was all coming down to the wire for Apple, disaster struck. Just 3 months before the launch, the custom CPU chips from Samsung still had bugs that caused the phones to crash. With such little time left on the clock, it was looking like a catastrophe was in the making. As stress built, engineers started working 7 days a week, and some slept in their offices. Tempers flared, and employees shouted at each other. One employee slammed a door so hard out of frustration that the door handle broke, and she got trapped in her office and had to be broken out with a baseball bat. It seemed like the iPhone, which held so much promise, would be Apple's greatest disaster. Other aspects of the iPhone were still being slapped on very late in the product development cycle. One of its killer apps, Google Maps, was only added as an afterthought. On the hardware side, the original iPhone screen was supposed to be plastic like the iPods, but the decision to use glass was made 1 month after the launch. When the day of the keynote came on January 9th, 2007, none of the teams at Apple knew exactly what the final iPhone product would look like, even though they had worked on the project for years. When Steve Jobs took to the stage, some things were still incomplete. The iPhone's buggy CPU issue hadn't been properly solved yet, only patched up for the demo. This meant that the phone could crash at any time during the presentation. The Apple team held their breath, sweating, as they sat and watched Steve Jobs excitedly proclaim, and we're calling it iPhone. There was mostly a positive reaction from the crowd, but also some uncertain laughter, as some thought that Jobs was joking about the name. Yet, the demo was going well. The crowd was loving the smooth scrolling and technological magic they were witnessing.
There we go, right there. And to unlock the phone, I just take my finger and slide it across. All right, you want to see that again? Go to sleep. We wanted something that you couldn't do by accident in your pocket, and just slide it across. Boom. Well, how do I scroll through my list of artists? How do I do this? I just take my finger and I scroll. That's it. Isn't that cool? A little rubber banding up when I run off the edge. We call it the pinch. I can bring them closer together or move them further apart to make it bigger or smaller. And so I can just move them further apart and stretch the image.
As Tony Fadell, leader of the iPod phone team, looked on, Steve Jobs did something pretty cruel. When showcasing to the crowd how to delete contact, he gleefully slid Fadell's name off the iPhone contacts list.
Tony's changed his number. I got to update this anyway, so I'm going to get rid of that, and I could just remove Tony. Boom. There we go. It's that simple to edit these things.
He was basically saying to Tony, "You're fired." Scott Forstall states that during rehearsals of the presentation, Steve would always delete a random contact, never Tony's. To the crowd, it was just to demonstrate. He gleefully slid Fadell's name off the iPhone contacts list.
Tony's changed his number. I got to update this anyway, so I'm going to get rid of that, and I could just remove Tony. Boom. There we go. It's that simple to edit these things.
He was basically saying to Tony, "You're fired." Scott Forstall states that during rehearsals of the presentation, Steve would always delete a random contact, never Tony's. To the crowd, it was just a demonstration of how this phone made everything fun and cool to use. To those working at Apple, it was a message. Tony was in trouble. In all of this, there was one glaring omission. Wayne Westerman. Onlookers never knew his name, and Wayne wasn't even invited to the event. But without his multi-touch innovation, there would be no iPhone. Instead, on stage, Steve Jobs stated that Apple had invented multi-touch. These events were a summary of how the project had been for most. Brutal. The project was so hard on the secret teams that it ruined marriages and cost some workers their health. Some employees worked every day, giving up their nights and weekends for years at a time. iPhone engineer Andy Grignon speaks, quote, "The iPhone is the reason I'm divorced. It was probably professionally the worst time in my life. You created a pressure cooker with a bunch of really smart people with an impossible deadline, an impossible mission, and then you hear that the future of the entire company is resting on it. There wasn't really any time to kick your feet back on the desk and say, this is going to be really awesome one day. Every time you turned around, there was some just imminent demise of the program just lurking around the corner. It was especially hard on the married guys. There were a lot of divorces. Oblivious to the sacrifice, the world was electric with the buzz of the iPhone.
That new phone? That new phone that's
we're
coming
going to do
out?
that right now. You see, Randy's on top of everything. Here we go. Many people were anticipating the Macworld trade show this week, including Andy, and so far they've not been disappointed. The latest from this show, Apple CEO Steve Jobs unveiling what many are calling a revolutionary new product, the iPhone.
You scroll lists like by flicking like this, and it's like a roulette wheel. It goes stop like that. It's just so cool.
It's very clear to us that the world's going mobile. And we really believe that a device like this, which is, an order of magnitude more powerful than any mobile device or any cell phone that's ever been created, and yet vastly easier to use, is the future.
When it was all said and done, keen fans lined up to get one.
You paid $500 to secure a spot in this line.
No, just come and sit here.
What are you looking forward to using your iPhone for?
Just the fact that I can put all my music and everything on there, and it has a touch screen. And I don't know, I've seen the commercials, it looks really cool.
For me, in 2007, after seeing Jobs' demo of scrolling and gestures, it made sense to me that this was the perfect interface for a small screen device. The iPhone had way more than 1,000 times more computing power than NASA did in 1969 when they put man on the moon. Yet it was super easy to use, with a full web browsing experience to boot. Even children could pick up an iPhone and know what to do. Capacitive multi-touch and gestures had broken down the walls of human-computer interaction. The future had arrived. Finally, a computer in your pocket. As Apple software engineer Henry Lamerix would put it, quote, "We took a Mac and we squished it into a little box," end quote. Other small touches, like a proximity sensor that turned the screen off during a phone call so that it didn't touch your face by accident, and an accelerometer that could sense if you're holding the phone in portrait and landscape, made the whole package feel like magic. Today, it's just so easy to forget just how much of a leap the original iPhone was. What followed the iPhone was a complete shift in how we thought about technology. Now, information and news was instant. We became totally connected all the time. Though in the next decade, this overconnectedness would cause some issues. Once the initial fanfare was over, the sales of the iPhone would be slow. It would take the introduction of the App Store in 2008 to really kick things off again for Apple. If it wasn't for the App Store, the iPhone could have just been one of those devices that looked cool and was cool to use, but never caught on. For an entire year after the iPhone's launch, it could run a grand total of 16 apps. There was only one home screen's worth of apps, and that was it. And this isn't to mention how limited the iPhone was compared to some other devices out there. It had no multimedia messaging, no video camera, no cut and paste, no 3G, and the list goes on. But that wasn't important. Nokia, BlackBerry, and the rest of the established phone companies had been providing these features for many years. But the difference was, for the first time, a device was now a changeable blank canvas with no buttons. Since the device could run apps on it, the iPhone's software creators could make it whatever they wanted it to be. Their creativity was only limited by their imagination and the hardware capability. Today, billions of apps have been sold, and the mobile app space has become a new industry. Companies like Nokia, BlackBerry, and Palm thought they knew the game, but they couldn't visualize the future. They thought things would never change, and before they realized, it was too late to prosper in this brave new world. Google was working on their own BlackBerry-style phone with a hardware keyboard, but when they saw the iPhone presentation, they abandoned that idea and went for full touchscreen. The result was the very first Android phone. But that's a story for another day. As the years passed, people became less and less excited with each new release of the iPhone. Maybe we've reached a point where the devices are just so good there's only incremental improvements we can make. I asked Ken what he thought of Apple's direction, and he stated that if he was perfectly happy with Apple, he wouldn't have left in 2017, but he hopes that they continue to innovate. As we all know, Apple isn't the only game in town anymore. Competition is much stronger than ever before. Well, maybe the next big thing from Apple is around the corner, but at this stage, only time will tell. The story of the original iPhone is one of great sacrifice, risk, and reward. A story that shaped technology and the world as we know it. It gave the average person an interface to almost infinite information and knowledge, all in the palm of their hand. But sadly, almost nobody knows who invented these technologies and what the cost was to innovate such a device. To finish off, we'll have some words from Ken.
I hope that you all use technology and enjoy it. Some of the products that I made are useful and meaningful to you and bring you some joy in your life. If they do, then I've done my job.
In all of this, something has to be said for Steve Jobs. He may not have invented the technologies, and Ken told me he wasn't the nicest person to work for. But Steve did care about making great products, and he would push people and squeeze the very best out of them to make these products happen. And in that vein, without Steve, there also would be no iPhone. If you've watched this video to the end, thank you, I appreciate it. I hope you can now look down at your iPhone or the other smartphones that followed and appreciate how they came to be. If you want to see more video documentaries from my book, New Thinking, there's a playlist below. If you are new here, you can subscribe so you don't miss out on more videos like this in the future.
Fusion. It's new thinking.
In life, anything is possible. Because we can never fully understand how the world works, and the laws of physics prevent us from being able to tell the future, everything we predict is a probability. Some are a lot more probable, others are less probable, while some have astronomically low chances of ever happening. The probability is vanishingly small, but it remains non-zero. Would you get hit by a car? Will you get struck by lightning? Will we ever achieve world peace? If there is a chance that anything can happen, what are the odds? I was scrolling through the deepest parts of the internet one day when I came across this man, Roy Cleveland Sullivan, the man who has been hit by lightning 7 times in his lifetime. The odds of getting struck by lightning once isn't that low, it's just about 1 in 15,000. Even if you live in a small town, chances are that somebody in that town has been struck by lightning at least once. The odds of being struck 7 times in a period of 80 years? That's a 1 in 10 to the 28 chance. This seems like such incredible and unfortunate odds, until you consider the fact that you're more likely to get struck by lightning 7 times than you are to shuffle a deck of cards into perfect numerical order. Those odds? 1 in 10 to the 68. Probability is something that we can't really comprehend as humans. If we did, we'd stop worrying about a lot of things and stop taking granted for most of the things we should be worried about. Like sharks. No thanks to the movie Jaws, humans now have an immense fear of sharks. But the reality is, you're more likely to get killed by a vending machine than you are to get killed by a shark. The odds of getting killed by a vending machine are 1 in 112 million, while the odds of getting killed by a shark are a staggering 1 in 250 million. Now, the odds that you'll be attacked by a shark are much lower at 1 in 3.7 million, but even that is still too high for the monsters we've branded sharks to be. For context, you're more likely to get killed by a dog at a 1 in 112,400 chance than you are to get killed by a shark, but we still keep them in our homes as loving pets. You're more likely to get killed by hornets, wasps, or bees at 1 in 63,225 than you are to get killed by a shark. In fact, you're more likely going to get killed by the government for committing murder at 1 in 119,000 than you are of getting killed by a shark. When you put a little thought into it, you realize that most of the time, our fears are sensational and not rational. When something tragic happens and it garners a lot of public attention, we are more likely to be afraid of that thing, even if it is much less common than the less notorious things. The most prominent example of this is the way we treat plane crashes. Now yes, when planes do crash, it is tragic. But because they cause such a big spectacle and have lots of media coverage, we forget that it is still by far the safest way to travel. Passenger airplane incidents are very rare, and your odds of dying in a plane crash are very slim at 1 in 205,000. That's incredibly low when you compare it to your odds of dying in a car accident, which is just 1 in 107. For motorcycle riders, it's 1 in 890, and even pedestrians aren't safe at 1 in 541. But wait, maybe the reason the airplane deaths are so low has to do something with our fear. Before people go on an airplane, they usually prepare well in advance. No harmful objects are allowed on board, and there's always usually more than one designated pilot who has trained for years on safety practices before they were ever allowed to fly a plane. Compare that to road travel, where we don't really think that much about it, and you can maybe see why things are the way they are. And with the odds that you'll be involved in a drunk driving accident in your lifetime being incredibly high at 2 in 3, you can see what I mean. We barely give it any thought. Hopefully, we can all do better. Try to reduce the risk by simply designating a driver beforehand or taking an Uber when you go out for fun. Before we continue, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsor, Incogni. What are the odds that your information will be leaked in a data breach? If you didn't know, it's pretty high and it's getting worse. A report from Identity Theft Resource Center showed that there were 68% more data breaches in 2021 than there were in 2020. Unfortunately, the only way to stop this is a very tedious process. You need to email every single data broker and request that they delete the information they have about you. You then have to go through all the hoops, reply to all their objections, and fight desperately for your own privacy. Because of how valuable your data is to these companies, this process can genuinely take years. But Incogni can help you guarantee your privacy the easy way. All you have to do is create an account and grant them the right to work for you. And that's it. Incogni will reach out to data brokers on your behalf to request all your personal data be deleted and deal with any objection from the data brokers. It's literally that easy. To get started, sign up using the link in the description. The first 100 people to use code Aperture with the link below get 20% off of Incogni. It's completely risk-free for 30 days, so I encourage every one of you to at least give it a try, and if you're not happy, you get a full refund anyway. But I can assure you, when you see just how many data brokers have your information, you'll definitely want to keep your subscription. Back to our story. Another thing we should be worried about is right-handed appliances. Yes, it's true that most of the world is right-handed, for some reason. But if we're learning anything as a species, it's inclusiveness. We must do the same with dominant hands because, as it is, the odds of a left-handed person dying simply because they used a right-handed appliance wrong is 1 in 7 million. And while the chances look ridiculously slim, it has to happen to somebody. If you don't die, hey, you'll get a lot of free money from that lawsuit. The ambidextrous people among us can help us decide what appliances are better suited for what dominant hand. And we have a surprising amount of them, 1 in 100 to be exact. Now, this does not include people who have had to learn how to use their non-dominant hand because of injury or out of curiosity. It's just people who are born with an amazing control of both of their hands. Art is very subjective. What some people might find beautiful, others will find ugly. What one might consider great acting, others might see it as over the top and annoying. You see, much unlike science, art doesn't have a definitive set of rules, and so they don't have a strict guideline for judgment either. And while this allows for creativity, it also makes it very difficult to find success in the world of the arts. If you want to be a surgeon, for instance, you know that if you pass the med school exams, intern, go through residency, and so forth, you'll make it. You have a set path to follow. But if you want to be a supermodel or a rock star or a YouTuber, it's not that straightforward. You have to work hard at it every single day, and even then, your odds are very slim. You can be a theater kid all your life, go to film school, practice as much as possible. But in the end, the odds that you'll become a movie star aren't very encouraging, at just 1 in 1.1 million. It's amazing so that even with the odds as slim as this, every year, thousands of people will travel from all parts of the world to LA, trying to fulfill their dreams of being on the big screen. When interestingly, you have a much better chance of winning an Oscar at just 1 in 11,500 than becoming a movie star. But of course, this Oscar includes all the technical awards that are given when everyone is taking a bathroom break. And most people would much rather take a 1 in 1.1 million chance than to receive an award when no one's watching. If you're a writer, however, the odds are slightly in your favor. There is a 1 in 220 chance that you'll write a New York Times bestseller. If you put in the time and the effort necessary, these odds are definitely going to go up, bringing you that inch closer to making your dream a reality. Sports are closer related to science than arts, because most of the time, if you work at it hard enough, you'll achieve some kind of success. But how hard can you work when there's only so many medals to go around? Millions of people around the world dedicate their entire lives to competing in the Olympics, yet only 1 in 662,000 will ever win a medal. And that's the thing about scarcity. When there's such limited space, the odds of ever being able to do or acquire said thing just gets increasingly thinner. Think about the number of children who have worn a spacesuit and helmet to career day in school and told everybody that they want to be astronauts. Now think about the fact that the odds of becoming an astronaut are 1 in 12.1 million, and you get sad for those little kids whose dreams will one day have to be crushed. What if they wanted to be president? Well, the chance of becoming a US president is 1 in 10 million. Unless you're a religious 6-foot-tall Harvard Law graduate and military veteran. Then your odds go up astronomically, especially if you're a Harvard alumni, because as surprising as it might sound, the odds that the President of America has attended Harvard is 1 in 3.58. So if you want to have the best chance at becoming president, you know what school to apply for. However, getting into Harvard is almost as difficult as becoming president when you're done. With a chance of just 4.6% of getting in, you might want to apply to some backup schools as well. At the end of the day, we all just want to be successful, whether it's through the arts or going through the so-called traditional route of finishing college and getting a good job. We all just want to have enough money to live comfortably while we're still young. But sadly, the odds are stacked against us. There's a slim chance of just between 6.4% and 22.3% that you'll become a millionaire, with different factors like race, education, wealth status, and age helping to place you somewhere in that range. While the chance of becoming a billionaire? Well, there's 8 billion humans in the world, and only around 2,000 billionaires, so basically non-existent. Getting old has a bittersweet taste to it. On the one hand, you're getting wiser, more mature, and you have a much better understanding of the world than you did when you were younger. But on the other hand, you're also getting weaker, you're forgetting things more. And sadly, your body just keeps breaking down, one after the other, and the stats don't really help at all. If you're under 20 right now, there's a 1 in 4 chance that you'll be disabled before you retire. And it gets worse. There's a 1 in 2 chance that at the age of 75, you'll have disabling hearing loss. This is why whenever people say they want to work hard now so they can enjoy their retirement, I kind of feel bad for them. Because most times, at that age, you don't really get to enjoy anything. All you can really do is sit around and reminisce on a life that once was, and when the Grim Reaper comes, you say goodbye to your loved ones and move on. And that's why you should do everything you want to do right now. For some reason, there's a 7% higher chance that you'll die on your birthday than on any other day, going out together with the candles. But for a few of us, living to 100 is possible, with the odds of that happening being approximately 1 in 5,780, with those odds increasing significantly if you're biologically a woman. On the other hand of the spectrum, one of the most incredible human achievements is being born. If you're here watching this video right now, you deserve a round of applause. You ran, you fought, you survived. And against all odds, you made it. The odds of you existing were 1 in 5.5 trillion. But here you are. You might have been the 1 in 20 chance of being born on your mom's exact due date, or you're like most of us who were born around 2 weeks before or after. You might be the 1 in 250 who are geniuses, burdened with the weight of advancing our civilization, or like the rest of us who are cheering them on. Whoever you are, whatever it took you to get here, that was an incredible feat, one that is unrepeatable. Not in this lifetime, at least. As light travels through space, it behaves like a wave, but light is also made of tiny particles called photons. This is the paradox of wave particles, and it has completely revolutionized modern physics. The universe is filled with intriguing paradoxes like this, statements that challenge our understanding of reality and force us to question our deepest assumptions. These paradoxes have the power to change our lives in profound ways, opening us up to new possibilities and reshaping the very fabric of our existence. Here are paradoxes that will change your life.
Well, the Lotto jackpot has grown to over $64 million.
It all started with a lottery ticket.
You got the numbers wrong!
If you go out and buy a lottery ticket knowing fully well that your chances of winning are 10 million to 1, it'd be logical to assume you didn't win. You'd also be justified in thinking that your friend, your uncle, his sister, their cousin, and their dog all have losing tickets. You're justified in believing that everyone who bought a ticket will lose, even when you know the lottery was fair and there has to be a winner. Somehow you're justified in believing something you know to be false. This demonstrates that truth is relative. It depends on context, prejudice, and your perspective about the world. Because the truth is, the only thing you can prove with certainty is that nothing is certain. This is why people don't consider Pinocchio saying "my nose will grow now" to be a paradox. His nose will not grow because he didn't lie. He simply made a false prediction. If we have a set of all sets that do not contain themselves, does that set contain itself? Imagine there's a barber who shaves all men who don't shave themselves, and only men who don't shave themselves. Does the barber shave himself? This is an example of Russell's paradox, a paradox that shook the mathematical world. These paradoxes playfully nudge us into realizing that self-reference can often lead to unexpected contradictions. Contradictions aside, though, we all want to be happy, but those who seek out happiness directly often don't find it. This is the paradox of hedonism. If we truly want to be happy, we need to stop searching for happiness and pursue other meaningful activities like nurturing our relationships or serving others. And only then can we be truly happy. The pursuit of pleasure in its raw form often leads to disappointment, while a life lived in service can lead to unexpected happiness. Deep down we all know this. Endless partying, decadent eating habits, and shopping sprees. We know these activities are never as fulfilling as we think they are, and more often than not, we're left with a sense of emptiness after the dust settles. It's called post-indulgence clarity. We see this paradox even in our relationships. Expecting your partner to completely control your happiness often makes them unable to make you happy. At least not in the way you want it. The reality is that to have good relationships, we need to be somewhat independent of them. People think that to find the right partner, they need all the options in the world to pick the perfect person, but in truth, having more options isn't always better. Just look at the fact that we have all these dating apps at our fingertips, and many of us still can't find a healthy relationship. This is the paradox of choice, and contrary to what we think, many options often leave us less satisfied with our final decision. I once watched a TikTok where this guy said men today see more beautiful women while scrolling through TikTok for 5 minutes than kings from the past did in their entire lives, and although it was a joke, he was entirely correct. But it's not a good thing. According to biological anthropologist Helen Fisher, the human brain isn't built to deal with more than 5 to 9 options for a partner. After that, the brain goes into decision paralysis, where it almost refuses to pick. So the next time you feel inundated by options, remember that less is sometimes better, and more data may not always be more informative. Learning is great. Asking questions and figuring out how things work is how our species has gotten to where it is today. But learning is also a paradox, because the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. It's an amazing paradox, one that encourages you to never stop learning. Paradoxes are everywhere in mathematics and statistics, like Simpson's paradox. Here, trends that appear in a different group will disappear or even reverse when the groups are combined to form a larger group. In the 1970s, UC Berkeley was accused of gender bias against women in its admissions process. At first glance, the admissions data made it seem like men were more likely to be admitted than women. But when the data was broken down into individual departments, most departments had admission percentages that were significantly in favor of women. The problem was that a higher proportion of women were applying to more competitive departments with lower admission rates, so when compared to all the men in the school, it seemed like women had lower rates of admission, but when compared to the men in each department, it was clear that the women actually had a higher rate. This is, unfortunately, how misinformation spreads. It's usually not with wrong data, but with the correct data expressed without proper context. Because the reality is that often, as paradoxical as it may seem, the whole is different from the sum of its parts. Change is ever present in our lives. The human body replaces billions of cells daily, and every 7 years or so, you are an entirely different cellular collection. So if we're constantly changing, how do we know the person we are today is the same person we were 7 years ago? One might say the essence of who we are remains, but that essence is really just the result of our thoughts, beliefs, and experiences, which are also changing. So who really are you? Maybe you like defining yourself based on your struggles, how hard you pursue something you want to achieve. But have you ever thought that sometimes trying too hard to get something almost makes it impossible to get? It's the backwards law, and it's an interesting concept with lots of layers to uncover. If you're interested in a dedicated video about the subject, just let me know in the comments below. In 2016, after his infamous penalty miss against Chile, Lionel Messi hung up his boots with his beloved Argentina. In what seemed like the last nail in the coffin, Messi simply had enough. On the club stage, success seemed to come to him so easily, but where he really wanted it, where he desperately tried to do it all by himself, victory seemed elusive. Consider the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise coined by Zeno, the father of Stoicism. In this paradox, Achilles gave a tortoise a head start and races it to infinity. Zeno argued that Achilles will never truly overtake the tortoise because when he reaches where the tortoise started, the tortoise will have moved a little further, and this pattern will continue till infinity. The paradox is silly, but it challenges our perception of movement, space, and infinity. And the realization it leaves with us, especially with Messi's story, is that sometimes no matter how much you try, some things seem just that little bit out of reach. Messi had to accept that part of his legacy was beyond his control. The Argentine Football Federation was underfinanced and poorly managed, and there was no one around him when he needed support. With criticism pouring down from all sides and embarrassing defeats one after another, the dream would remain just that, a dream. Yet, as soon as he let go, the tide began turning. Messi took almost a metaphorical backseat, dropping deeper than his traditional role, playing farther from the goal than he had ever played. His job now wasn't to shine himself, but cast lights on the others, many of whom were young kids who were fans of him when he hung up his boots in 2016. But there he was on December 18th, 2022, nearly 6 years after that missed penalty, lifting the World Cup. Very few stories are as remarkable as Messi's. Most of us live and die without doing or being anything special. Or is that so? If there's nothing oddly special about us, the Earth and the life it holds, then the universe should be teeming with life, and yet it isn't. You might say maybe that it is, and we just aren't advanced enough to search the galaxy to find it, and you'll be right. But considering how young our galaxy is compared to others out there, and that, if given enough time, any advanced species should be able to figure out interstellar travel, if there are any aliens, we should have seen them by now. This is Fermi's paradox, and put simply by a New York Times article, it exclaims, "If life is so easy, someone from somewhere must have come calling by now." Maybe equally paradoxical is the insignificance of the question, are we special, when you boil it down to the individual. There's around 20 quintillion animals on Earth, that's 20 billion billion, yet the value of a single life isn't questioned. So why do we think that the universe teeming with life will make us any less unique? There's something innately valuable about life. What exactly it is may remain forever elusive. And speaking of elusive things in life, the coastline paradox is a geographical conundrum that originated in the mind of British scientist Lewis Fry Richardson. It's a concept that challenges our understanding of measurement and infinity, revealing a surprising contradiction that's not only mathematical but also physical. Essentially, this paradox states that the length of a coastline depends on the length of the tool used to measure it. The shorter the ruler, the longer the measured length of the coastline. This is because a smaller ruler can capture more of the intricate twists and turns of the coastline. But here the paradox arises. Theoretically, as the ruler gets infinitely small, the length of the coastline becomes infinitely large. Consider the coastline of Britain as an example. If we were to measure it with a 100-kilometer ruler, we would get a significantly shorter length than with a 1-kilometer ruler, which would capture more details of the coastline. And if we used a 1-centimeter ruler, the coastline would appear even longer. Following this logic to its extreme, the coastline seems to stretch to infinity as the ruler shrinks to zero. But how can this be? After all, Britain is an island of finite size. The paradox stems from the fractal nature of coastlines. They have a high degree of complexity and self-similarity at all scales. This is a real-world example of a mathematical concept known as fractal geometry. The coastline paradox is not only mind-bending, but it also has practical implications for cartography, geology, and various other disciplines. It teaches us a humbling lesson about the limitations of our measurements and how they can be influenced by the scale at which we look at things. It's a testament to the unexpected complexities that can emerge from something as simple as measuring a length. The coastline paradox is a stunning illustration of how reality can defy our intuitive assumptions, revealing an infinitely intricate, endlessly fascinating world of surprises. It's a poetic ode to the idea of paradoxes themselves. From being incorporated into movies to revolutionizing reality and the sciences, paradoxes have captured our imagination. Intellectual enigmas, that's what they are. Beautiful puzzles that tease our intellect, challenge our perceptions, and invite us to look beyond the apparent. They hold up a mirror to the complexities of life and the universe, reflecting an intriguing and elusive existence. Paradoxes gracefully illustrate that our universe isn't a mere collection of absolutes, but a symphony of mysteries, wonders, and unfathomable truths.
For the past month or so, I've been thinking a lot about life, and when people say that, they usually mean what they want to do in life, whether that be their career, or relationships, or entertainment, or leisure. But I've been thinking differently. Of course, I've been thinking about those things, but I've also been thinking about how much of your life is really yours. How much of your life is really being lived to its full potential. Are you living, or are you just existing? On average, you're gonna get about 79 years on this big rock called Earth. If you live in Monaco, it's closer to 90. If you live in Chad, you'll be lucky to get 50. Regardless, we don't get 79 years of freedom. We have responsibilities and things that we can't ignore. Most importantly, our bodies. Assuming you sleep 8 hours a night on average, about a third of your life, or 26 years, is going to be spent sleeping. So right away, we're down from 79 to 53. But it doesn't stop there. Chances are if you're watching this video, you're going to or have gone to school. In the United States, you'll go for at least 12 years. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, for 36 weeks a year. This amounts to 17,280 hours spent just inside the school building. But wait, we also have to factor in homework and out-of-school activities, among other things. So, this is more like 22,000 to 25,000 hours, or about 3 years of your life. If you go to college or university afterwards, make it 5 years instead. We're down to 48 years. Well, all this schooling and money you spent getting a degree has to be put to some use, right? Chances are you'll try and get a job in the field of whatever it is your degree is in. It'll probably be a full-time job, so you'll be working 40-hour weeks pretty regularly, if not more than that. Let's say you get 2 weeks of vacation per year. The average person works for about 40 to 50 years of their life, so we'll just go with the average and say 45. Over your entire life, you'll work on average about 90,000 hours, or about 10 years of your life. We have 38 years left. Wait, depending on where you live, your commute to work will vary. You might drive yourself, you might walk, you might use an Uber or a taxi. Regardless, your commute to and from work, on average, takes about 1.5 hours a day. Adding this up over your entire working career, it amounts to 17,520 hours, or about 2 years of your life. 36 years left. All of this work and studying really builds up an appetite, so you should probably spend some time eating. On an average day, we spend about 70 minutes just eating food to survive. In your 79 years of life, you'll spend about 32,000 hours just eating, or about 4 years of your life. Down to 32. Well, after you're done eating, you have to clean up and maybe do some chores around the house. On average, you spend about 1 hour a day doing tasks just around your house, cleaning up after you eat, washing dishes, doing laundry, showering, and plenty of other stuff. This amounts to nearly 29,000 hours over the course of your life, or about 3 years. 29 years left. Eventually, all of that food and water has to leave your body somehow. You'll spend about 3 months of your life just sitting on the toilet. Yeah. Of course, we also waste time, and we do it pretty well. Over the course of our lifetimes, we'll spend about 115,000 hours on our phones, or about 13 years. This, of course, is just your phone. This doesn't include you watching TV, you playing games, among other things. 16 years left. Assuming you can afford to retire at the average age of 62, you'll spend the rest of your life living the luxuries of retirement, if you can still function properly. Over 50% of retired people over the age of 65 have some sort of disability, with 15% of those people having 3 or more. Chances are, if you are one of these people, you'll be in and out of medical care pretty often. So, those final 16 years of freedom you have, it's a coin flip. That doesn't exactly entail freedom. So overall, you have 1 year in your 79-year life to really and truly do what you want to do. But despite the age you might be, young or old, you may be nearing the end of your time with some of the most important people in your life. For example, while you're young and in school from the ages of 1 to 18, you'll most likely be spending nearly every day in the presence of your parents. After you finish your schooling, assuming your parents are in their mid-40s, we'll say they have about 30 years left in their life. The real world starts to set in. Your job, your possible relationships, your important things to do in life take priority. Eventually, if you leave your hometown, you'll only be seeing your parents around holidays and special occasions, maybe 10 days a year. So, 300 days left with the people who brought you into the world, whereas before you would see them almost every single day. You have already spent 95% of the time that you will ever spend with your parents in the first 18 years of your life. And now, you only have the remaining 5% for the rest of your life. At the end of the day, there's only one thing that matters, and that's your own happiness. What many people don't realize is that they do so many things in life just to try and succeed as opposed to fulfilling a purpose. They work a job they hate for 40 years just to make that extra $30,000 a year so they can afford a car that they only drive to work. It's temporary happiness, not genuine happiness. People go to school to become a doctor because their mom or their dad or somebody else told them to, not because they actually want to. I really hope that every single person watching this video gets insanely rich and famous so that they can finally realize that this isn't the point of life. The point is to be happy with what you're doing while you're doing it. Alright, sure, the 45 working years or however long you're working is going to be hard to get past. But what if you don't hate waking up every day to go to work? What if your work is your happiness? You see, life isn't a straight path. You can't map it out perfectly one-to-one. It just doesn't work like that. We spend every day planning on what we're going to do the next, instead of just taking in the day for what it actually is. Sure, we have to eat, duh. But what if we spend that time eating with friends or family, or just people who make your life better? Your commute to work might be long and tedious sometimes, but what if you spend that time listening to podcasts or carpooling with coworkers and friends? The 13 years we waste on our phones might seem useless, but what if we use that time to build the business you've always wanted to, or build the brand you've always wanted, or make a YouTube channel to talk to people about the random ideas you get? You'll bring so much value to people that you never even thought was possible. Let's say you take care of yourself and regularly work out and eat decently well. Your chances of being healthy later in life is much more likely, and you'll have much more free time to master the things that you really want, whether that be a skill or just relationships with others. No matter what you or I or any person on this planet does, time doesn't stop for anyone. Time is the one thing you cannot get back. If you lose a lot of money, it's fine. You can get more. If your friend decides to turn their back on you, it's fine. There's millions of people out there in the same situation. But time, you can't get it back. Once it's gone, it's gone. How many days have you spent doing the same mundane tasks that you hate? And more importantly, when is it going to end? Life is about choices. Every choice you've ever made has led you to this exact moment watching this video. And given that you only have one life, at least in this universe, why not make your own decisions? So many people live life predicated on somebody else's opinion, which is dumb. People have so many barriers in life, but they aren't really about money, they aren't about time, they aren't about how you look, it's about opinions. Other people's opinions. Probably about 90% of people are unhappy because they value someone else's opinion more than their own. When you're old and unable to do the things that you could have when you're younger, you'll regret. And regret hurts more than any breakup, failure, or anything else ever could. Life doesn't have to suck. You don't have to regret everything. That FOMO, or fear of missing out, is a poison. Instead of living trying to mimic people you see on Instagram or YouTube or social media, just live based on your own terms. Instead of just observing and living passively, really start to think about what you do with your time. Does that mean call your boss and tell him you quit? No. Does that mean drop out of school tomorrow? No. All it means is to truly decide what you want in life and put yourself in the right direction. It's not gonna happen overnight, that's not the point. There would be no journey then. As cliche as it sounds, your 79-year journey here is very short. Sure, it's technically the longest thing you'll ever do. But the universe is 13.8 billion years old. If the universe's history was condensed down into 24 hours, the world as we know it, with cars and airplanes and civilization as we know it, would only come into existence in the very last second. Block out any and all negativity in your life. And once you can truly realize that the only opinion that matters is your own, life can get pretty clear. And the noises inside your head get pretty quiet.
As kids, we believed a lot of different things. From thinking that the gifts under the Christmas tree were kept there by Santa, to imagining a tiny fairy that came in at the dead of night to steal the loose tooth from underneath our pillows. Most of the things we believed in as kids are magical. Information pieced together by stories that we've been told by adults, or things that we watched on TV. One of those things that some of us watched on TV and actually believed in was Barney. That's right, the purple dinosaur. Barney's theme song, while nonsensical, offers us a rather interesting paradox. The song goes, Barney is a dinosaur from our imagination. Barney shows us lots of things like how to play pretend. Which begs the question, if Barney was the one who taught us how to play pretend, then how did we imagine him to be in the first place? It's the classic causal loop, where an event in the future creates an event in the past, which creates the event in the future, and so you're left without a point of origin. Paradoxes are all around us, from the shows we grew up watching as kids, to the songs that were stuck in our heads throughout middle school. You know that one song by One Direction that goes, "You don't know that you're beautiful, that's what makes you beautiful." Just think about it for a moment. For her to not know that she was beautiful, she had to have been beautiful in the first place, which means that she couldn't have known what made her beautiful. As if that wasn't enough, the song is all about telling the girl that she is beautiful. So does that mean then that when the song is over, the girl stops being beautiful? Because now that she knows that she is beautiful, shouldn't that make her no longer beautiful? But if she stops believing she's beautiful, doesn't that then make her beautiful again? It's a weird thing in that the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. Relationships are also weird. Two random people meet each other and decide that they want to spend all, or at least most of their time together. You're asking each other silly paradoxical questions like, if a person who can read minds and a person who can predict the future fight each other, who would win? Soon after, you're both in bed on a cold, windy night, sharing secrets you said you'd never tell anyone. You're lying down there with your partner in a windowless room, and then it begins to rain. You don't have any idea of what the weather outside is like. You have no weather app or anything like that. And so when your friend walks in and tells you it's raining outside, you don't believe them. In that scenario, your friend can say about you, "It's raining, but John doesn't believe it." And it would be perfectly acceptable. So why is it that if you say the same thing, "It's raining, but I don't believe it is," everyone in the room might think you've just lost your mind? Why is the second question absurd and not the first? Why is it absurd for us to say something that is true about ourselves? Speaking of truth, what do you think would happen to Pinocchio if he said the words, "My nose will grow now"? If Pinocchio's nose grows, then that means he was telling the truth, so his nose shouldn't have grown. But if his nose doesn't grow, then he just told a lie, and so his nose should grow. Some people don't consider this to be a paradox. The argument is that Pinocchio's nose would not grow because he didn't lie. He simply made a false prediction. But hey, where's the fun in that? A lot of the times we say things that make sense to us on the surface. However, on closer inspection, you quickly realize things are not as they seem. Let's say you go out and buy a lottery ticket knowing fully well that your chances of winning are 10 million to 1. It would be perfectly normal for you to conclude that you did not get the winning ticket. In fact, it would be considered a bit crazy for you to think that your ticket won. You'll also be justified in thinking that your friend, your uncle, your sister, his sister, their cousin, and their dog all have losing tickets. You look around you in the store, you're justified in believing that everyone you encounter will probably lose, and in turn that no ticket will win. However, knowing fully well that the lottery was fair and there must be one winner, you are justified in believing something you know to be false. Just how? This only goes to show that truth is relative. It depends on context, on knowledge, and perspective about the world. Because the truth is the only thing that you can prove with certainty is that nothing is certain. I watched a couple fighting outside Starbucks the other day. The woman turned to the man who was with her and in a slightly raised voice she said, "Deep down, you're really shallow." And while the rest of the coffee shop pretended that they didn't just hear that, I had to pause and think about it for a moment. If he had a deep down, then how can he be shallow? But I bet that's not what was in his mind. Or was it? For all we know, he was probably thinking of shallower thoughts, deep down in his heart. For a relationship to succeed, everyone in the relationship needs to trust one another. But this is real life, and sometimes people are insecure, and sometimes it's not their fault. Everything from anxiety to past traumatic experiences, the reality of the world forces us sometimes to be insecure. This is why people often find it easier to talk to strangers about their deepest, darkest secrets than the ones they claim to trust. It's the paradox of trust. We claim to trust this person, yet we fear they would judge us for our secrets. And on the flip side, we feel most comfortable telling people who we do not trust the secrets that could damn us. Not long before the couple finished their argument, the baristas in the coffee shop walked out to the little girl and her mom in the chair adjacent to me. They handed the little girl a tiny birthday cupcake and sang the happy birthday song to her. As she closed her eyes to make a wish before blowing out the candles, I quickly glanced around the room and I thought to myself, what are the chances that someone else in here right now also has their birthday today? And like most rational people, I concluded that it was far too unlikely. There were less than 30 people in the coffee shop that day, and there are 365 days in a year. So of course the chances that two random people would have the same birthday would be slim, right? Well, most people would say yes, but according to the birthday paradox, most people would be wrong. Because if there are 23 people in a room, there's a 50% chance that two of them share a birthday. Now to fully understand this one, we're going to need some math, so permit me to do a little bit of probability analysis here. Let's start small, with just two people. Let's ignore leap years or twins or any patterns that suggest babies are born more times at certain periods of the year than others, because those are just too confusing. Okay, say you and I are in a room together. There's a 365 out of 365, or 100% chance, that I have a birthday. I do. And a 365 out of 365 times 364 out of 365 chance that we both do not share the same birthday. Now, let's say one other person in the room joins us. The probability that this new person does not have the same birthday as either of us becomes 365 over 365 times 364 over 365 times 363 over 365, and that multiplication just goes on and on and on for however many babies you want. When you get to the 23rd baby, this incredibly long series of multiplication gives you the number 0.492, which is basically 49.2%. Now, this is the probability that we do not share a birthday. To find out the probability that two random people in this coffee shop do share a birthday, we have to subtract that number from 100%, which gives us 50.7%. If you don't fully understand the math, honestly, I barely did too. But it checks out, trust me. While we're on the subject of math, a teacher once walked into her class on Friday and announced that there would be a surprise test sometime next week. As she left the class, the students began to murmur to each other about when they thought the test would happen. One clever student stood up and told his mates that the test couldn't be given on Friday, because when Thursday comes around and they don't have the test, then they know that the test is on Friday. But it has to be a surprise test, so it can't be Friday. Because they already know it can't be Friday, if it's by the end of Wednesday and it doesn't happen, then they'll know it's Thursday, so it can't be Thursday either. The student continues his analysis for the rest of the week until Monday, and finally, he comes to the conclusion that the test cannot be given at all, since they would know, but the teacher said it would be a surprise. So when the teacher walks in on Wednesday and hands them their test sheets, the students are all surprised. How could this have happened? They all ask themselves, puzzled. We're living in unprecedented times. With Russia's attack on Ukraine, the whole world is currently sitting on basically a live grenade. One wrong move from any of the world powers, and we could very well find ourselves in the middle of another world war. It's in times like these when you just pause and think about paradoxes in the way that our society operates. We claim to be free, but there is no freedom without law and order. And as the Latin saying goes, si vis pacem, para bellum, which, despite my poor pronunciation, translates to, if you want peace, prepare for war. It's a strange thing to think about, and an even stranger thing to be living through. In World War II, pilots could only get out of combat duty if they were psychologically unfit to fly. However, anyone who tried to get out of combat duty proves he is sane. Today we call this a catch-22, after the satirical World War II novel written by Joseph Heller. We see catch-22s everywhere in our world today. To get a job, you need work experience, but to get that work experience, you need to have had a job. We've all seen it, companies asking for 5 years of experience for entry-level jobs. Or coal miners who only have two options, to quit working and die of starvation, or to keep working and die of pollution. Most people pick the latter, because then they can say at least they tried their best. The world is unfair. Some people are born into wealth, power, and privilege and never have to work a day in their lives. The rest are forced to struggle and slave away just to make ends meet. Truly, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. On the surface, this statement might not seem logical. However, on close inspection, it may prove to be well-founded, and even true. If I told you right now that humans are perfect organisms, and that in our mother's wombs, we first are fishes, who then develop into amphibians, and then reptiles, birds, primates, before finally becoming what we know as human. I'm sure you'd look at me like I've gone insane. And I have, but that's besides the point. Just as recently as 1811, because of the works of scientist Johann Friedrich Meckel, everybody thought that was true. And this is because science is transient. What we once hold as truth quickly fades away upon closer inspection. And looking back, we can only laugh at ourselves for the scientific facts we once held dear to our hearts. Some other times, these aren't even actual scientific facts. They're just very popular opinions that all of us have collectively agreed to be true, even though they are in fact not. These are all the times we were wrong. Not everything Meckel said was wrong, though. In fact, he was the first scientist to correctly predict that embryos have gills. Well, slits on their neck that closely resemble gills, at least. However, unlike what he suggested, we don't pass through a fish phase in our mother's wombs. These slits are most likely due to the fact that both humans and fish share a common ancestor and some DNA, and not because we're trying to attain some kind of biological perfection. I mean, who are we kidding? We're far from perfect. But for a long time, scientists believed this to be true. Well, until the late 19th century when Charles Darwin's theory of evolution started to gain traction. We realized that a linear series of evolution in our mother's womb was completely illogical. The theory of evolution is one that has been completely riddled with lots of false claims and ideas that are simply not true. In reality, evolution is a very difficult subject to research because of the limited amount of fossil information available. As a result, a lot of times, all we're left with are hypotheses, some of which are brilliant, and others, not so much. For a long time, scientists believed that all of life was aquatic, until one day, many millions of years ago, a brave fish dared to walk on land. Starting with very short periods on dry ground, the fish started spending more and more time on land, and gradually, its gills got replaced with lungs, and it became amphibian. Then the amphibians became reptiles, who became birds, who became mammals. And while these scientists got the process of evolution right, that one brave fish was not the first animal to step on land. The earth was rich with insects, funguses, and was bubbling with life before that fish ever came into the picture. Another hypothesis that we all seem to collectively get wrong is where humans come from. If I asked you right now, you'd most likely tell me that we evolved from chimpanzees, our closest living relatives. But while the second half of that statement is true, the first half is completely false. We didn't evolve from chimpanzees. Yes, we evolved from apes. However, we did not evolve from any apes living today. We, monkeys, chimps, and gorillas, all evolved from a common ancestor, the so-called great apes that lived in Africa around 7 million years ago. It was around that time in the evolution chain that we split. So although chimpanzees are our closest living relatives, we're further apart on the family tree than a lot of us think. Our much closer relative, although now extinct, are the Neanderthals. Modern humans split from Neanderthals just around 500,000 years ago. But even these guys certainly came with their own controversy. For a long time, scientists believed that Neanderthals and humans never lived together, with some believing that Neanderthals evolved into humans. But again, that's not true. Archaeologists have since found ancient human skeletons that prove that modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted for thousands of years. In fact, they didn't just coexist, they actually mated, which is why most humans living outside of Africa have anywhere between 1 to 4% of Neanderthal DNA still in them today. When we start talking about the theory of evolution in ancient humans, we can't help but talk about dinosaurs. You know, those giant scary lizard-looking things from Jurassic Park? The ones that have Earth-like tones, lizard-like scales, and roars more earth-shattering than that of a lion? Well, in reality, the dinosaur was none of those things I just mentioned. First, dinosaurs are more closely related to birds than lizards. In fact, every single living bird today is a modern-day dinosaur, a descendant of theropods, a species of ancient dinosaurs. And because they're birds, they mostly had feathers covering their scaly skin. Fossil evidence has shown that a lot of Tyrannosaurus had feathers, which means that even the great T-Rex probably had a few as well, mostly on its head and tail. Dinosaurs also never ran fast. Because they always had to have one leg on the ground, they could only get to around 25 miles per hour, which is still pretty scary because, well, 1, they're massive, and 2, The average speed of a human is 15 miles per hour. But if you're Usain Bolt, you've got nothing to worry about. You can outrun these guys any day. And let's be honest, have you ever heard any bird roar? Yeah, me neither. Which is why a recent scientific study has shown that the T-Rex most likely hooted, cooed, or made deep-throated booming sounds like the emu, not a trembling roar like a giant lion. It's funny when you think about it. Now we can forgive ourselves for getting these details wrong. After all of these things happened tens of millions of years ago, before any of us ever existed. But if you look much closer in time, you'll see a lot of things we get wrong every day, even things that are as simple as George Washington's teeth. In 1789, when George Washington was inaugurated as president, he only had one natural tooth left. But because the president needed an amazing smile, he wore dentures. Now in reality, these dentures were made from hippopotamus ivory, brass, and gold. But for some reason, we like to believe they were made from wood. Why we believe that, I have no idea. But it's not too late to change your mind. According to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, a person who often changes their beliefs or behaviors in order to please others or to succeed is called a chameleon. But are chameleons really chameleons? This definition is derived from the assumption that chameleons change the color of their skin to match their surroundings, most likely to camouflage. And while there are animals that excel at using this tactic like the octopus, the chameleon is not one of those animals. In reality, most chameleon species can only change from green to brown and back to green, and they don't change color to blend into their surroundings. They do it to regulate their body temperature. When the chameleon is cold, it becomes darker to absorb more heat, and when it's hot, it turns pale to reflect more heat so it can cool down. There is one species of chameleon that can change into any color though, and that's the panther chameleon. But even those guys don't do it to match their surroundings. Their flamboyant display of colors helps them fend off against males competing for territory. And also to attract females. I mean, isn't that why we all buy designer in the first place? To impress each other? Speaking of fancy, who else was taught that diamonds are made from coal? Sorry, but that's not true at all. It's a terribly common misconception. In fact, most of the diamonds that have been dated were found to be older than even the very first plants that appeared on Earth. And because you need trees to make coal, it's impossible for coal to produce diamonds when diamonds existed long before the material that makes coal even existed. Anyway, NASA researchers have even found a number of nanodiamonds in meteorites. Nanodiamonds are diamonds that are just a few nanometers in diameter. Simple enough. They're too tiny to be considered gems, but it's still pretty cool that you can have these precious objects just floating around in space. Still, it makes you question why we deem them as so precious when, in reality, they're extremely abundant in our universe. There are planets in space where it literally rains diamonds. Anyway, of course these asteroids are floating because there's no gravity in space, right? Well, unfortunately, wrong. There is gravity in space. It's what holds the moon in orbit around the Earth, and the Earth close together around the sun with all the other planets. It's just that as you get further away from the Earth's gravitational pull on you weakens, and other gravitational forces begin to take priority. But in reality, everything in space is falling, in every direction imaginable, all the time. The only reason it seems as if you're floating and not falling is because space is very large, and most importantly, very empty, at least compared to Earth. For instance, on Earth, if you were to, and I really don't recommend it, jump off a building, you could feel the strong winds on your face. You would see the ground appearing closer and closer. You can tell that you're falling quite easily, and in just a few seconds, impact. You're on the ground because the distance between the height you fell from and where you landed isn't that much. In space, there is no air, so no whooshing sound to accompany your fall. And because it's so large, it takes you anywhere from a few hours to many years to land on one surface when you fall from another. So it feels like you're floating. But you're not. You're falling. Really, really slowly. And that's because of gravity, one of man's most important discoveries. When you think about the fact that it is one of man's most important discoveries, you would imagine that the story behind it would have been preserved carefully. But the version almost all of us have heard has not been preserved at all. The old tale goes that Newton was tired from all the many failed experiments he had in his career. Tired and frustrated, he sat under a tree to rest his head. As he sat, A ripe apple fell down from the tree and hit him on the head, and in a eureka moment, he discovered one of the most important forces in physics: gravity. But the truth is much less dramatic than that. In reality, Isaac Newton was observing the apples falling from the tree of their own accord when he discovered that there must be a force behind it. He wasn't sitting under the tree, and the apple certainly didn't fall on his head. You see, sometimes I understand why we make up some of these stories. They help make us feel better about ourselves. When we believe that some of humanity's greatest achievements couldn't have happened without a huge slice of luck, we can keep hope alive for our own share of luck, our own piece of the apple pie. It's the same with the story of Albert Einstein. We all heard growing up about how he failed in class, but still went on to become one of the greatest physicists the world has ever seen. But that's just not true at all. Einstein always excelled in school. He didn't learn to read late in life, and he most likely didn't have a learning disability. Our teachers must have told us these stories to make us feel good about ourselves, give us hope that even if we have rough starts in school, we could still become geniuses later in life if we worked hard. And while there are 1,000 examples of this exact theory, Einstein simply wasn't one of them. Aristotle is one of the greatest philosophers to have ever lived, and was the first true scientist. He practically invented formal logic, and he described and explored the different scientific disciplines and their relations to one another. But for all the good he did, there was one thing he got terribly, terribly wrong. He claimed that the Earth was at the center of the universe. I mean, why wouldn't he? Most things you observe point to this exact conclusion. Now, while Aristotle wasn't the first to say this, he championed the fight. He claimed that using logic, he had found this to be 100% true, and wouldn't back down from his argument. It took the work of Galileo, almost 2 millennia later, to discover that the sun was at the center of the solar system, and not our Earth. And still, people didn't believe him. In fact, they ostracized him. And this is just one of the many times that we as humans have overemphasized our importance. In the movie Lucy, Morgan Freeman says this in a room full of students. It is estimated most human beings only use 10% of their brain's capacity. Imagine if we could access 100%. Interesting things begin to happen. While it's fun to think that humans are capable of a whole lot more if we could just find a way to tap into that remaining 90% resource, reality is far less exciting. Most of the brain is active almost all the time. While they might not be actively used for thinking, they're working, busy doing other things. Like keeping you alive. Kind of important. Think about it. The brain is just 3% of the body's weight, but it uses 20% of the body's energy. To burn through that much energy, you would have to be doing something, right? Even though we get it wrong most of the time, it's fun to explore the world around us. We will continue to make assumptions about everything we see. And chances are, most of it will be wrong. But that's a good thing, because if we never know what's wrong, we can never know what's truly right. Money. Our lives revolve around it. We all want it. We know we all want it. Most of it doesn't even exist beyond the heavy-duty servers of some bank. And yet, the pursuit continues for this elusive thing. Despite its presence in everyday life, despite the fact that we spend most of our waking hours working towards money, it's still somehow taboo to talk about. We like to pretend that money is not important to us. And sure, money is not the end goal. In fact, one of the most common regrets of people on their deathbeds tends to be that they worked too hard, chasing after money, of course. For all its value, however, money still can't buy you a meaningful relationship or an experience. But while money can't buy any of those things, it can make them more accessible. Is happiness not easier to achieve once you know the bills are all taken care of? Is happiness not easier to achieve when you are able to give a loved one something you know they deserve? At the very least, more money often equates to more choices in terms of how you want to spend your time, whether that is with your loved ones or in chasing a passion you had as a kid. And even if you disagree with everything I just said, in order to change the world, you will still need the backing of financial capital. Now, with that said, and hopefully having navigated through the awkwardness of introducing such a topic, let's cut right to the chase. How much money should you be making? How much is enough? And mind you, there is a very good reason to ask such a question. This is not just for curiosity's sake. Studies show that when you have actually put a metric to a goal, and maybe even written it down, you are more likely to achieve it. People who vividly picture a goal are 40% more likely to successfully achieve it. So, how much? What does more likely when you have actually put a metric to a goal, and maybe even curiosity? There is a very good reason to ask such a question. This is not just for curiosity's sake. Studies show that when you have actually put a metric to a goal, and maybe even written it down, you are more likely to achieve it. People who vividly picture a goal are 40% more likely to successfully achieve it. So, how much? What does the literature say? Well, the relationship of money and happiness is a complicated one. First of all, emotions are generally hard to track, and second of all, this question has not been researched all that much. However, anyone talking about this topic has to bring up a piece of literature from 2010, authored by Daniel Kahneman and Angus Deaton. Their paper looks into the relationship between income and happiness, but it goes a bit beyond that. The authors decided that simply looking into one metric as a measure of subjective well-being would fail to capture the complete picture and confound the findings. So they looked at two things: emotional well-being, which is defined as the day-to-day satisfaction, and life evaluation, defined as the thoughts that come to mind when one thinks of life as a whole. You could also think of emotional well-being as the sort of short-term happiness, and life evaluation as the long-term happiness. Now, what did the research find? It turns out, life evaluation rises steadily with income. The more people earn, the more positively they tend to think of life in general. Emotional well-being, on the other hand, seems to plateau after an annual income of around $75,000, meaning till that figure, for the majority of people, each bit of raise in income will feel great, but after it, your day-to-day happiness won't go up by that much. So, there it is, right? That's the magical number. Well, not quite. For one, this is a study from 2010. Because of inflation, today, that amount is closer to around 93,000. And I should also mention that this study was conducted with US residents as participants. What is considered a good life will definitely vary drastically in other parts of the world. Let's get that right. Just recently, in the first few weeks of 2021, researcher Matt Killingsworth published the latest findings on the very same question. How much money should you be making to be happy? His findings? Experienced well-being continues to rise even beyond the coveted $75,000 mark. And not just that, it continues to rise just as steeply as before, meaning the return on investment isn't any worse off the more money you make. Why does this research disagree with the previous findings? Well, for a paper by Kahneman and Deaton, the data that was collected for emotional well-being were answers to questions about the previous day. That has the potential to fail to capture what a person was actually feeling in that moment of happiness or sadness, because our minds tend to play tricks with us. Killingsworth research, meanwhile, is collected via an app which pings users at various times of the day. It is more convenient than the traditional forms of surveying, and, as such, he had a significantly larger pool of responses to base his findings on. This also allowed him to more truly capture what participants were feeling. So, if we are to accept Killingsworth's findings, then both people's day-to-day happiness, as well as their general outlook on life, tend to improve with higher income. So does that mean we should all just aim for an astronomically high salary in search of happiness and hope that we get there someday? Is that a realistic target? There's a thought experiment to try and answer that question for us as individuals. Author Brad Stollery came up with the idea for the experiment. It goes like this. How much money would you have to be paid, right here, right now, to never receive another dollar of income from anyone else? Now, you might think that's a straightforward experiment. You just aim for a really, really high number. Somewhere in the hundreds of millions or billions for most people. I guess. The catch is that this experiment will be run in groups of 5 people, and whoever has the lowest figure in mind will actually walk away with the money. The rest of the players get nothing. The game theory at play here is actually quite cool. The interesting thing about this experiment is that it pits 2 of your impulses against each other, and in doing so forces you to be reasonable. Because, of course you want to aim for a high number, but you also want to win and have the money. So you can't just aim for a stupidly large number. Of course, this experiment is talking about money paid as a lump sum, while most of the research looks at salaries. The perceptions of well-being might as well be different for the two of them, but it's hard to see why the thought experiment won't work with salaries too. Go ahead and ask yourself that question and see what you come up with. The answer might help you more vividly visualize a target that you can actually work towards. Of course, we all want to achieve happiness, but more income is easier said than done. When should we really stop trying? And what if the circumstances are simply not there for a raise or a promotion? Well, that's where the other part of the puzzle comes in, our adaptation. Don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful thing. Being able to adapt is what allowed our species to come so far. But at the same time, it also means that whenever presented with an improved quality of life, we rapidly adapt to it and begin taking it for granted. It would explain why most people live their lives from 9 to 5 chasing after that next raise, because staying where you are, regardless if you make 5 figures a year or 7, brings with it a heavy feeling of obsolescence. Then there's obviously an element of comparison. We've known this for a while, that comparison is the thief of joy. You might have a 7-figure salary, but you won't be anything close to happy if you compare yourself with Jeff Bezos, who has more money than brain cells. Literally. Studies also show that for the same salary, people living in a rich neighborhood feel worse than people in a poor neighborhood. While both participants likely take joy from their salaries, they also compare them with that of the Joneses. If the Joneses make less than you, you're happy. If they make more, you're not. Research also says easily accessible money improves well-being more than money that is stowed deep inside someone's pension. The closeness of a number that you can glance out of your pocket can be a reassuring breath of air. Having only $500 worth of disposable money in a bank account can improve life satisfaction by up to 15%. Then of course, there's a question of what you do with the money that eventually leads to happiness. If you simply make more money for making money's sake, you might still get some joy out of it, assuming you're successful. It's much like a game, but the elation will pale in comparison to that of a person who spends his hard-earned cash in a better way. Buying time is often seen as one of the best ways to spend your money, and that it allows you to focus on the most joyous aspects, while offloading the more laborious aspects to someone who will happily do them. The gig economy has made this more accessible than ever before, allowing people to spend more of their time for the things that truly matter, even if it means having a little less in the bank account. This might mean paying someone to do the dishes so you can read a book to your child in bed, or it can mean purchasing a more expensive ticket to be able to spend some time with family. Material possessions also draw a lot of attention when it comes to the relation between wealth and happiness. The research is clear on this too. Spend on experiences, not things. The reason is that experiences are exclusive. Nobody can feel what you felt on that trip with your best friend. Nobody can buy that exclusivity. Despite the fleeting nature of an experience, it can last a lifetime. And unlike the value of objects, which tend to depreciate over time, experiences only seem more enjoyable in hindsight. Our minds tend to overlook the small bumps in an experience, the delayed flight, or the poor Wi-Fi, and remember only the good parts. So instead of aiming for a certain salary figure, it might make more sense to aim for experiences, and pursue the ability to afford those experiences. Of course, this is not to say that material possessions cannot be an experience. A song might be an experience, a cup of coffee might be an experience, an expensive car might be an experience. That's really up to the individual to decide. But people generally overestimate how happy they'll be once they have that one new thing. However, once we have it, the feeling of satisfaction slowly erodes, and we are back where we started. On some level, it might be a bit troubling to accept that money does indeed buy happiness, or at the very least buys ways towards happiness. But really, haven't we known this all along? More importantly though, this realization has to be qualified with the ideas of what's really important: people, experiences, and time. Not only can it inform our career choices and how much we want to invest chasing after this thing, but it also tells us why generosity is important, why a more equitable future is one to strive for. Because remember, the only reason any of us want money is to inevitably get rid of it in the end.
If you're watching this right now, you've won. You've won the game of life. You just don't know it yet. As of May 2019, there are approximately 7.7 billion humans on our planet. 7.7 billion people, just like you and me, living their own lives, with their own jobs, relationships, hobbies, and not one is the same as any other. The number of events, of situations, of interactions that happen on a daily basis across everyone on Earth is a number so high that it's hard to fathom. But something that is even harder to understand is how you're even here in the first place. A lot has happened over the course of history, like a lot of things. There was nothing, and then there was something. There were a lot of things. And all of this, the entire history of the universe, has led you to this very second. The timeline we live in, the one where you're breathing and using your senses to get all the information from this video. What are the odds of that happening? Everything has led to this moment. But by the numbers, you shouldn't even be here in the first place. In order to be living a life like you do today, you had to be put here. But even at one time, the Earth wasn't here. The universe had to form in the exact way it did for life to form on Earth. The fundamental forces of nature just so happened to come together in the way that they did. Luckily, gravity is a thing, and it's proved to be useful. So useful that it's pretty much the glue that holds together any star, planet, galaxy. Pretty much anything. The strong and weak nuclear forces are able to keep us as humans held together at the lowest levels imaginable. Luckily, one lost planet roaming the solar system collided with Earth over 4 billion years ago. And that is why we have the moon. That is why we have seasons. It's why the climate is just perfect. It's why we have liquid water on Earth. Earth currently remains as the only place in the entire universe known to harbor life forms of any kind. Out of millions, billions, whatever the number is, out of all of those planets, only one has life for certain. But even 1 out of a billion are better odds than you being alive. For some reason that I wish I could tell you, one day, a microorganism, one that couldn't be seen to our naked eye, began feeding on the thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean. This little, almost insignificant organism played the most important role of them all. For all they knew, a world above them didn't exist, but one day, it would. Over millions of years, evolution took place. These microbes began to be able to replicate themselves, and each and every single step of evolution began. The pure numbers of the situation doesn't do it justice. The odds of everything being so perfect that each step brought us progressively closer to becoming modern humans. Humans that could realize they're human. That from one microbe spawned an entire species that took over the entire planet over a few thousand years. On a universal timescale, that's quite literally nothing. But now, let's think about humans. What separates us from everyone else? The minds of animals have continuously gotten more advanced over time, but a human mind is something completely different. Sentience, consciousness, where you're aware of some internal state of being. You don't wake up in the morning because you thought about it, your brain just did it. We don't think about breathing, we don't think about blinking. Your brain automatically takes in all of your senses and creates a picture, a view of the world, in your head. For all we know, the Earth could be something completely different from what we see day to day. But the way we perceive it all comes down to how a 3-pound organ in your head can put together a puzzle, with the pieces being all of your senses. But it isn't perfect. It's easy to trick. For example, listen to this, and try to imagine it. Right now you're probably thinking of a restaurant. It has multiple tables, all having a little world of their own. You might be imagining waiters moving food around. This little universe of its own was created in your head, all from just your sense of hearing. Humans have the ability to picture things, to see them from a different perspective, to take our imaginations and make them a reality. This works great, actually. Every invention ever made was due to that spark, that initial burst of creativity. The brain built us as individuals, and we built the world. Luckily, we're on a planet with hundreds of different elements, some of which work great for shelter or technology. Some work great as food sources to keep us alive. Some release certain chemicals in your brain that make you feel a certain way, and these chemicals released form you as a person. For example, the fight or flight response that we get when we're in danger is the result of adrenaline, a hormone in your body. Happiness is the result of having large amounts of serotonin. And the most important one involving your existence today, the love formula. Sorry to break it to you, but you see, you couldn't have gotten here by yourself, even if you wanted to. You may think you're the result of randomness, but actually, everything happened the way it was supposed to. Your parents met, which by itself is an extremely low probability event. Depending on your age, out of millions, or possibly billions of people, these two met at the perfect timing. For example, you watching this video offsets your daily activities by about 10 to 15 minutes. Everything you do after you finish watching this video will alter your life in some way. As weird as it sounds, you're actually changing the course of your life right now. Some events that should have happened won't, and others that shouldn't have happened will. Every day you stray further down your own personal timeline, one that not any other single person on the planet has lived. Except you. Your parents are no exception to this. They both lived their own lives, were raised by different parents, hopefully, worked different jobs, had different friends, but somehow ended up meeting. And not only did they meet, but they liked each other enough to stay together, to come to the decision to have a child, you, unless you were a mistake like me. Not even kidding. It keeps going. A woman has about 300,000 eggs inside her body. A male can have billions or trillions of different sperm throughout his life, but only specifically one of each could make you, and it did. The odds of that are 1 in 400 quadrillion. If the situation hadn't been perfect, if that one stoplight hadn't been green, if that line at the grocery store wasn't so long, there's a pretty high chance that your parents would have never met. These lucky situations don't stop at your parents. They keep going. It extends to their parents and to their parents. All of which somehow ended up living long enough to have kids. This goes back tens of thousands of years. Even your ancestors thousands of years ago, when the life expectancy was literally 30 years. This continues all the way back to that very first little microbe at the bottom of the ocean floor, over 4 billion years ago. Your life is the result of a family tree that hasn't been broken for billions of years. What are the odds that all of that happened perfectly? You're more likely to be struck by lightning 1,000 times in a single day than you are to be alive. You're more likely to be a victim of an airplane crash every single day of the year, back to back to back, than you are to be alive. You're more likely to win the lottery 9 times in a row than you are to be alive. Some may say you were put here for a purpose. Others may say you just got lucky. The universe has 10 to the 80 atoms. The odds of you being born are much lower than that. The number of 50-50 coin flips your family has went through when it comes to living long enough to have children or dying before carrying on the family line. It goes back tens of thousands of millions of years. This gets more interesting when you consider alien civilizations. The odds of us meeting are already low, but when you think about everything that had to happen for 2 different civilizations coming into existence close enough to each other to actually contact each other, it's just crazy to think about. No matter what age you are, no matter where you live, no matter your gender, you are alive. This is a luxury that, by the numbers, you shouldn't have even been given. What's the point in living a life that you aren't trying to squeeze everything out of? Looking at the regret in the faces of people who are too old to do the things that they really wanted to do in life is perhaps one of the scariest things in the world. Waking up in the morning and realizing that your existence is actually a miracle. Something that seems so perfect, so orderly, came from an infinite set of possibilities. The amount of thoughts you have in a day, the number of neurons that are fired and exist in your brain, are inconceivable in magnitude. This doesn't happen by accident. Everything that could have happened didn't. It only happened in the way that set the universe into its current state. The smallest of things, the tiniest of decisions, makes the biggest differences, the biggest impacts. Understanding how little of a chance there is that you're here today is terrifying, but yet I find that, more than anything else, it gives me purpose. It gives me a reason to say that I and everyone else have a reason to exist. I believe you exist for a purpose, but that's for you to figure out. I can't tell you why we exist, but I can tell you one thing that's for certain. We shouldn't have even been here in the first place.
I recently came across a magazine cover from 1962. Created by Italian artist Walter Molino, It depicts a busy road in the 21st century with what looks like a four-wheeled scooter. Walter called it the Singuletta. While our roads today don't exactly look like this, the imagination wasn't all that far off. We certainly have booster boards and scooters that somewhat resemble the Singuletta. In fact, if anything, today's riders would probably be quite open to the possibility of having this glass enclosure that protects them from the elements. But of course, despite its futuristic appeal and reasonable accuracy, you can still see that part of the artist's imagination is still stuck in the time in which it was drawn. For example, why would the artist imagine the transportation would so radically change, and yet leave the fashion stagnant in their time? It made me think about how people in the past might have imagined their future, which just so happens to be our present. Of course, the fascination with the future is as old as time itself. To be able to predict things with any level of accuracy was historically quite profitable. What was at one time the sole expertise of the oracles became very much a concern for the entire population. Simply being able to predict when it might rain and when the weather would be right for crops was immensely useful to the people of the past. How accurate they were in those predictions is a different question altogether. But after all, despite all the technological advances, weather apps reliably started working only relatively recently. But beyond the monetary incentives, we've always been wanderers of possibility. Magazine covers, movies, books, you name it. From Marty McFly's self-lacing shoes in Back to the Future to the voice-activated home security in Blade Runner. These predictions are captivating, bold, and by definition, ahead of their time. Some of them are even remarkably accurate. This is a page from the 1928 edition of the popular mechanic trying to imagine a city of the future. In what seems to be a very omniscient and realistic take on cities of the present and even the future, you could argue that the authors of this magazine have not only predicted just underground traffic, but also some level of larger underground infrastructure. We now know that this is going to be somewhat of a reality due to the initiatives of the Boring Company. We can also see that it's all separated by vehicle types, which is a concept we already tried to do today with lanes for different speeds and vehicle types, like carpooling lanes, bus lanes, bike lanes, and so on. The picture also shows spiral escalators. It needs to be said that both the elevators and the escalators had been invented by then, but you would imagine the people from back then might be surprised that these things have largely remained unchanged both in form and function. The move towards personalized technology was also one of the themes of prediction back then. Transition from the horse carriage to personal vehicles was simply the start of that. However, some even predicted things like video calling and smart homes. This European postcard from the Victorian era said to depict the year 2012 seems to have predicted video calling, and while the device to get it done looks in no way like the pocket-sized devices of today, it is remarkable that they were able to even conceive of something like this so early. It also needs mentioning that the timing of the prediction was also eerily accurate. Casual video calling only kicked off in the mid-2000s after Skype gained popularity, mere years before the image predicted. Of course, not everyone saw it this way. In fact, some of the very people in charge during the dawn of the technological era were quite skeptical of its personal promise. In what may now seem as laughably inaccurate, Thomas Watson, the president of IBM, said in 1943 that, "I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers." Of course, Thomas's prediction was limited not by a lack of belief in the technology itself, but rather the sheer size of computers back then. He simply could not foresee a time when computers would be as portable and user-friendly as they are today. And who can blame him? This is not to say that everyone agreed about a computer's promise. Ken Olsen was the founder of Digital Equipment Corporation. In 1977, he and his company were a major force in the rapidly emerging world of computing, and you would imagine that he would have first-hand knowledge of how a personal computer could revolutionize the world. He famously said, "There is no reason anyone would want a computer in their home." You can tell me how correct he was there. Of course, sometimes these predictions are even more out there. In the 1950s, people thought that all furniture and appliances of the home would be waterproof, and, as such, we would clean everything with a hose. In 1901, Thomas Edison also imagined a world where we would streamline the construction process so much that instead of building things brick by brick, we would have pre-designed models of houses, and upon the customer's choice, you would simply go ahead and pour them in place. It sounds like an extreme large-scale water-based version of 3D printing, one which, needless to say, is a ways away, if at all possible. There were also ideas about, get this, a whale bus by the year 2000. People thought that everyday travel would no longer be limited to the roads, and that we would also travel regularly through the seas and oceans, strapped to the back of a giant whale. I'm not even joking about this one. But more often than not, these predictions tend to have some anthropocentric residue of the time in which they're created. For example, in Blade Runner's hyper-futuristic depiction of 2015, while the flying cars and heavily lit vertical cities might feel at home, you can notice that Deckard and pretty much all occupants of those cars aren't wearing seatbelts. You would imagine that the speed of flying cars would make seatbelts a no-brainer, but it turns out, at the time in which the movie was made, seatbelt laws still hadn't even been passed in California. Besides, there are other similar tendencies with predictions. Predictions made during fruitful periods of life tend to be optimistic, whereas those made during particularly hard times, such as the Great Depression, tend to be more pessimistic. They all generally fail to foresee things like mobile phones and the internet, in the sense that these inventions were so revolutionary that it would have been hard to think of these things simply by extrapolating previous technology. The biggest source of these predictions have always been science fiction, and while it may seem that sci-fi of the past might have little use beyond the binders of some buff's notebook, science fiction is sometimes criminally underrated in terms of its importance in society. This is because the latest findings in physics or biology don't quite attract the public's attention like a well-made sci-fi thriller. This gives sci-fi almost an exclusive position of authority, which also happens to be a responsibility, as sci-fi can then sculpt the public's ideas about technology and shift their focus from or towards certain issues. For example, too often, we see that the fascination of the future revolves around very fast flying vehicles, and not so much about the threat of something like artificial intelligence. Even when AI does get the limelight, the depiction is almost always of evil robots destroying humanity in one fell swoop. However, this largely misconstrues the deceivingly subtle nature of AI development. Robots, such as those depicted in Blade Runner and the Terminator series, simply haven't arrived yet. They are significantly smarter than the best robots we can create today. But the fact that evil robots haven't yet come out of the horizon guns blazing might mislead people into thinking that now is not yet the time to worry. Yet, until very recently, we were utterly oblivious to how social media and the intelligent algorithms behind those platforms were completely overtaking our lives. The Black Mirror episode Nosedive shines light on this very phenomenon, a ratings-based dystopia that doesn't seem too far from the world of Facebook likes and TikTok followers. But sci-fi does offer some more inspiring cues as well. This includes the idea of reusable rockets, an idea that might be the foreword to humanity's next chapter. In fact, when SpaceX and Blue Origin were in dispute over rights to land reusable rockets and associated claims, SpaceX cited a 1959 Soviet-era sci-fi film with the original idea of doing so. These predictions are essentially wormholes into the past, into the aspirations of the people back then, how they thought, how they felt, and what was important to them. On the other end of the spectrum are time capsules, things that, instead of predicting the future, give us an insight into the past. The Crypt of Civilization is one such time capsule. It's an airtight chamber built between 1937 and 1940 to capture what life was like in those times. It is not meant to be opened before the year 8113. Authors of this crypt tried their best to store as diverse a set of mementos as they possibly could. But despite that, they couldn't have possibly stored everything. The creators of these capsules store only what they think is important. It too suffers from the same anthropocentrism that future predictions do. Even without a predictive element, these time capsules can actually vary in their accuracy, it seems. This stems from the fact that there are some time capsules that are manufactured for the purpose of being opened later in the future. There are other types of time capsules, of course, those of the accidental type. The most iconic, perhaps, of these time capsules is the sunken Titanic. What makes it special, perhaps even more so than the magazine covers and movies, is the authenticity with which not how it was all captured, but what was captured. Soon after the iceberg was hit, people had to choose between life and death. Some didn't even get to make that choice. But they certainly weren't choosing between which of the famous paintings on board they were going to keep or which of the ornaments should go on the lifeboats. Similar perhaps in tragedy is the Chernobyl incident of 1986. The failure of the nuclear power plant resulted in an immediate evacuation that left people with very little choice as to what to take and what to leave. The nuclear fallout in the region had rendered it inhabitable for some 20,000 years. The result is that the remnants of that day may remain largely untouched, preserving not just the items and the furniture, but the horror of those that left them there. In the centuries to come, who knows when we will actually be able to truly revisit the place and possibly look back on the lives people had. But both future predictions and time capsules from the past, the fascination remains largely anchored around time and our belonging in it. Whether it's the nostalgia of the past or optimism of the future, we have always been captivated by times which are not our own. Sometimes they can offer poetic insights into what really matters to people in their dying moments. Sometimes they can reveal eerily accurate predictions about our present. And sometimes they can set the standard for an imaginary future we have yet to achieve. In life, anything is possible. Because we can never fully understand how the world works, and the laws of physics prevent us from being able to tell the future, everything we predict is a probability. Some are a lot more probable, others are less probable, while some have astronomically low chances of ever happening. Has anyone ever accused you of acting like you're the center of the universe? Maybe you were 10 years old upset that your mom wouldn't take you to buy candy, or you were so focused on an upcoming project that you totally forgot to wish your coworker congratulations on their promotion. It happens to the best of us. Most of us are wired to be a little selfish. We evolved to survive after all. Airlines even tell us to secure our oxygen masks before our children's. But being reprimanded by our parents or a friend for being a little self-obsessed is different from feeling like we are truly the only person who exists. What would that be like? Everyone and everything else being a figment of our imagination, actually being the center of the universe. It seems like a fun what-if game to play, but if you think about it long enough, could it make sense? Are you sure the phone you're holding in your hands is even real? Could you be certain that the woman you just bought a coffee from was indeed there? The only thing we can be certain of is our own mind. At least that's what the philosophy of solipsism tells us. Solipsism is an extreme type of skepticism that anything external from our minds does not exist. The outside world, other people, their thoughts and emotions simply don't exist outside of our perception of them. Solipsism is presented as an explanation for what the external world actually is. It basically says it isn't anything. It's make-believe, imaginary, literally in our heads. The house we live in, the people we love, the car we drive, and the food we eat, they are our perception. The sky, the moon, the whole solar system are merely figments of our own minds. Solipsism equates the existence of anything with one's personal experiences, thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. They are the only things we can be certain of as individuals. It tells us that we are, indeed, the center of the universe. Many philosophers have argued similar ideas to solipsism, trying to solve the gap between our perception of things and their actual existence. For example, George Berkeley similarly wanted to know if things we did not see actually existed. He asked the classic question, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a noise? He answered, no, that something, like the noise the tree makes, only exists if someone can perceive it. But he didn't go as far as solipsism takes us. He felt that solipsists were actually absurd. He reasoned that if a solipsist thinks their mind is the only thing in existence, then it can't be perceived by anything or anyone else. If it can't be perceived, then it cannot exist. If the only thing that existed was the mind and its perception,